Ako na meron muna dyan kakasnanan sa pinajay workshop. Around which may sa what you may pagkita ang lulog dyan na dyan work sketch dapat wala mo meron dyan kuya kakak may kaulog watch. Get clear dyan may kakak so much. 1 minute we're gonna stand up for the opening prayer, hold hands, and then the prayer of our Father in heaven.
Erika cekang kolben.
Dapat magaganda kami sarawi, ngayong puwita, ngayong nasada, dapat sa akin huwag itong dapat ako yung kung para hindi naman ang magiging sa parang sa mga salamat.
Ako na ang Lelen. Muna dyan gamit na nagsama dyan program and International Women's Day. Last walo, Taran Kabayo and sama dyan program. Ay muli ang dyan tiyo, yan sama dyan muwa. Kayo po niyo wow, ang presa na dyan po. Kayo po niyo wow, ang presa na Pohnpei. Wow lap ang presa natin ko. Tugan ko, nanalang ko, nakaniyay, nakalapin diya, umot sa government. Kaunin ko nakan, o nakan mabibadya chay, kailangan din tumataw, o video, V6AH, kailangan ng V6AH, o kwa Rusya, Kazalindia. Ibig puliante ki officer, kanil ko bi women council officer, o wiya at pagma, pwede pantalan sa majay program at may sa watch. Niyak sin issue to between this no parata o wala kwendar, may wasage, ay kailangan ng ano yung bibulian chay siya, wiya chay kapung kailangan ng kabina, karyawan right, cabinet convoy, irawa chay, matangan chay bilabuela. Yung warisalo tapong naganya mo kung chay na kamagit sama sa research, karya apuenta o kailangan ng kaulo. Nagsama chay program, isa-isa, niya presentation kay isang William UNFPA, the SPC, may lulunin Santos, anyway. Naman, tata ko watch, all the radio, nagatan kay, wait, ma, I'm so sorry. This was safe space for you. Family Life Education, sa UNFPA, wish to pajawan is baban. Yeah. Wish to pajawan is baban na pali paluwad. O bileo ka yaw pali may sa dran watch ye review jay lang pre report may sa ngayon we naman mawiyawi yung child protection no. Sa kauna patar tayo yata ng PowerPoint presentation group report ka. Video no jay lang asa hindi na may sa watch Mamia, wasa na nanagalan ka maula, ay iyan sa umakas. Chayrin tayo mau, nasa na pwede, miye, sungko pong labanap, Ben, the Honorable Chief Judge of Guam Superior Supreme Court, Arthur Parsinas. All manage, Kachoto Pohnpei, the Kachdo, the Kauna po, when Kachan Chay. Argulo kayo sa kalap, akan kajian cai juga misalnya iyo lianen me ataliki Cynthia Caput. The minute we are executive director on Guam Coalition Against Sexual and Domestic Violence, Guam. The minute Kalapatro the Pohnpei, because also was a giant none of us all school got the domestic violence, the anti-human trafficking, or Iraq, but Patro Sabot, Ibagi, may Iraq, giant Mason Wood. And if you know, Rabang ganito. Nag-iskape all manage so kung Justice Barcinas factor is always a giant ablenan mo nang kung inabasam ang dami mo nang kung katawan designated justice. Also naging niya conflict also may case kan so kung kantin so na i-charge kung ramalaw-law na niya conflict appointment kinuyang yung sungkong dipigan. Everyone managed pin sawas packet ocho sawas bukan susunod ni say. Si James na po coffee mo nung coffee so travel birdie of song. Every nakadaan sawas ang yaya so zip o meron may big training. Ibisen and Presler Martin and presentation share child Pacific Judicial Council all managed yung mga we have council on Pacific Judicial Council. Kung always a child na nabasang kanong bigyan ko sa netong bigyan mo ng koko with emotional intelligence. Kasi kung yung nabat kang yalaki sa curriculum na nabasang na school kan o child bilatin ta international women's day. When I was check out sa all minute na ang child. And so manage the Mount Audi ASAP, who is presenting on the UN Family Life Education, just so you know. Is it Ayon? This is oh, that was Cassandra. Area of Mountain Sulaga. Okay, maybe we can go into some of the presentations, the reports, group reports. Is that okay? While we're waiting for the judge. As soon as the judge and Ms. Caput arrives, we will pause. And then welcome them, let him speak to us, and then let them go. And then we'll proceed. So we'll go right into the presentations. Yeah, we have been team 1, group 1. Sorry, I did not see. Senator, please move up. Kasinta, thank you for joining us. You snuck in, I didn't see you.
Group 1,
No, yeah, group 1. Presentation. Corporal punishment at home and school violence. Why? Okay. Yeah. My presentation on that.
Reporter.
The reporter and
Hindi na ako mag-reporter. Which ka? Ako matapos ko na.
Taro.
yes, ako may report. Wala dyan kanto lang ng group presentation kan. Itay tiyata, Roy, dyan ang relative review, nami yan ay kapachatach. But wala dyan bakit lang ang review of group presentation na wala dyan prel kapil o tapuitan kapat kuwin kan parade na siyain baby, siyain kapag siyain ko yung mga utan ko itamaw. Every even mulihan tig child officer ka no juan kapung mula tago guardo siya kuingan utan kasama Francisco utan kasama ba yung Jesus Julia Church pues el caso kapila tais when guardo siya kasete kapag siya tang sto sa kan utan kasete DNY puko kapag kita sa wan kasete baby kiyam watch kapag lumesa wa men record lumesa wa utan ko na ren bitsong wen propose la kaskule mo yaw yung mapulkan right din kapung ki sa wen minutes chete pera we kasele din baby na para ari iran kawit mo jaya nanjiya we ede itche tejo ya mesia ya we ya men kaskulo beden mapulkan ready din kapung ki o di metache ready o para kapung kailangan ng kuin kwarus yan metache men picture yang parade yang pachagaran ng napilowen tang nakada isama sa wankada kay di pamatarano dan inin mo kaysa edi minimit kalap kay Bigstainan ko yung mga stay bilapchen, yung quarantine bilapchen, kajumwanta, sira bigstainan. Yakwin na lang, to yawasa, tipsuon kung mga mo, kap, wing, alanta, yung po, hindiyagan, at bagyang wine. Jeffra, Pat Georgia, and Queen, kapach po siya ako. Sojo ko naman ako, utan. We have been on YouTube too, if I want someone with mga so, i-iyo yung bagi, quarters video. Ibigyan video. Ay so gusto namagitan channel upload tayo niya. Video kan channel ka share. Ka patch peno yata eu.
Bakit titiyo yata kasto? Sa pon mamail video ko ka patronan ti 68 rale titila merge peno yata o kasto ko no kon.
Oo ka naman. Yung kasto ko na po na. Ikakang ko pa sa accident niya. Kasi wala kis mamiya na parata di ya kung mga is she okay? Ama kakang ko as kapten mo mo ni diwa janan ba siya Berlin kapten mo na Labukat pares china kapten wait sa kananga Silvera siya kananga nung diyan nalang where we took Bemias at Patrick Dianalam. O isu siya ang Patrick na yung muni o Jay na Patrick one met today in Kuwaita. Sa wasangan kalangan nung pinakan tama may kita sa was rice nanda mo tangan kay Gibson at Patrick na hina ni Dianalam no na Patrick mo Jay eu kipende o Patrick na yung muni kalapus Kailangan ng chorus niya, kailangan ng niya na when kayo the section or team 1 yet mo will report mamiya okay report ko patron nasa ng Pohnpei ay so wala ka kayo translator ni wife report what fans niya finalize ang China Pachawaner UNICEF on recommendation card or status exams, challenges and recommendation. Like welcome to Team 1 corporal punishment at home and school violence. As I said, kasalata na niya kawal kan yung bossy and controlling father. Niya itataypi ni may isa ko ay Peter yung babaw siya na yung bossy o controlling ang siya inuno kanso. Parents. Every way father and change lang parents. But gender equality, miya dyan no, maybe bossy. I did taba dyan. Change. Walang. Tema, we'll just take a note and then we can. So slide 1, change father to parents. Am I white movie? So, that intentional on background check. Araw ko wala uking nono babaw.
Babaw ko lang mo.
So geography first. Nono kan bossy babaw bossy serio. The serio bossy nono babaw. Okay, recommendation of mom controlling with parents. When we gender, one mama sani gender. Controlling parents, leave it at that. About signs that for my case of big baba, parents of baba, young budget. No. Language ka, word national policy. Iyo kapchay manada sama-sama tabe chay so brown what pamiyala kasi patapatiyo tarbo watch policy watch pamiyala national policy guidance state area mabanye national at the loyang kapanin takap palime no ban we account what about the sabio ng policy yo so background realizo so parents okay kailangan family violence mo so lower income lead to out migration may sa pumala yes tarapoy ko ipajowan may travel tamisan ng report where below income result in travel. Every travel, okay, migration. For better lives. Okay, so okay. And personal treatment, spoiling children with expensive toys. Maybe you can reword it in a better what's appropriate, but the intent is we tend to treat our children, so we give them everything they need. Sometimes it's excessive, sometimes it's beyond our means, financial means, but we spoil them anyways, so that's the intent of that statement. Okay.
Low income leads to migration. Immigration children for
Sample? Yeah, relationship in low income or out migration or corporal punishment. But mama said it's a corporal punishment at home, not school violence. Hey, you.
Kailangan
Monetan, Bonyanti, number 1 na, kaya kita na, tama sa gawa, Ishman, waban sa machay, bangkuan sa machay board, Pohnpei, Karusyan Rano. Kaya ka, nainan ka siya sa tibayan sa kumala, yan ka sa atong kalalapa ko. Tama pitch group number 1, PPD, Loring ka nag-lead to my person. Ayun yung katsaman, sayo pa pala na, pwede, yung kamapin chuk-chuk na, iyo pa na inay, aman, iray kong saylak kayla o rapan, tadak, na kap, tataw saylak la, nonomi, monit kakatar lang ito, pwede niya, aray na no, nono tale, apaliti niyo samanya tanapan pero kinalayan sariyo and top deusa so meet requirements na iray wewe kipana ko yung kakapaliti sa
Okay. Nakalangan. So, for number 3, indang kauya liya po ila. So, the out-migration and low income, of course, low income results in people out the migration abroad for better life, better opportunities. But the connection with corporal punishment is when remittances are sent in, either mom or dad or the family sends in money back, then it is misused, which often can lead into the violence within the family structure. So, kailangan so that's what it is. Out migration can be also brain drain, and not necessarily the individual, but the state as a whole. Well, the anso met aramas papachuila, seven kan pachuila. So lahat yung totok. As I said, the Pohnpei state kapit doyang kapan. Every kaitention pinay yung state of doyang kapan. Anso magjayin niray na kan tuwa na papachuila dito. Anso what estimate na Mary akit na niyo sopo. So back, 2,000 out migration. Annually. Kailangan. So napita, Kowi.
Kailangan, muna ganito ulit, yun ka, kung sa mga report o namin, mga po, Rupin ng Diyos, Rupin ng concept, o course yan, inelewan, Pwede pada sudah minum siap saja, dia katakan dan jadi bunyi. Kalau tu wajah kerana cara melawan itu, itu memang orang kita yang masalah. Dan kamu nanti pokoknya dari dan Eventually, and then reality, anywhere can fit each road being road big sharp. Dan karasa tinggal, dia sharp, maybe yang bawa dengan misalnya isi coklat, jadi Karena aso pen kinananan sa pagkawan pamagal tasan na tutuot mangke kapan jadi napulog trotro penene trotro naisiri trotro samaya ko dan bagati ay no dito ayat man no na tao na kasiya bisan na rasel pe na kay sapat kay wala man Song oras men Reparto la dio percent minta, quanta di casina. Na when reparto dia. Soda manga de cuma mau. Araban cuma kalau bisa saja contoh protokol imla remeda. Radeti cuma kapali tai. Tujuannya lewat nutang kaitin sangat. Contohnya men, kau itu dia nan kapali. Dah, juga buat media ini nak tahu. Tadi nak disahkan contoh ni. Nah, contoh yang kasih pun, nanti wewe ni dia tahu kerja. Kita siapa yang dan semua orang contoh mereka menjalankan. Mori akan dinilai. Hindi wife. At tanong kayo na norte ng sabotaje. One shot, one shit. Limit yan ito. Sasabihin kita ko, lagi taliyan na. Kaya katawin siya, soke susu. Nagsama na pulo-pulit suksukay sa tatakiyan ay ganini ko. Maltangkat kataralan, pulo-pulit ka. May nalamon, may suksuk. Pwede ka nada. At pulo-pulit sa mga beton sa dokyan nila.
Kailangan i-renin na sa panyo o mepit nagnachay sa rikan. Sabi na sa title po video, ito yung kapat. Nagkasal po. Ang kadyo iway na US, Mia kamau pe Mia kaswet. Misal nanta na sa Sa na when modi be utang na motonan efesel na leuklar in lakla. What any Georgia brings and a mom with Diane by a mom be ready ko. Ni aray patrolling going to be so was a target when every yes apil kapan for nasa niata om songs were eu sampa Georgia child in doing kapan and song Georgia that was so net Gia where we tamak China Pohnpei Chaychuka kuala o the donkey and way that the word just sexual assault harassment song savage even kaman walucho o toka na kamen no toka kada word ma on child way and then lapo kasi that way pero one may what mo I song na US I so may toka here even Besok niya yung try mo yung kaide they put mo they friend mo ito yan ang kawan ng sexual harassment. Right na sa kwal yung pag-try nga ipachawanti ka school yung training training ka school masabi yung yang sa waskiranje yung katangi pre-departure cultural orientation training. Starting your journey. Kasi kung mo binjap sa niya, so may kumpan mo nang pansi dok tana na passport so kanya so may kumpan deder na so biro. Miya sa man ka school kayo masabing sa waspi. O binsawan mo may what are the funniest moments tama kayo para sa web tama kayo mo kapalong komunyan so may kumpan na yung way. Every someone sa gilid kapan bemiya. Sama dyan ang so pira ibang siya nagistula sang co-profile na napian share few examples na comment. Nan survey masagan alete to where nan so pira siya isan someone when nan restroom in nan so pira rest slide. Di ka siya na di ba talk away later to a doctor na po. Every miya na patawan na yung yakamot kung toilet to and sa ganitong wali. Jay pinsan sa toilet na ibang patit ni sa ito ay flush. Pwede may yan, ibang patit at toilet to may patit ni. Nang so pira so, sa inyo nuwano, arrow down, ibang patit and flush. Ari miya bagay meron Iutaja Pohnpei ti toilet tissue ko isa sa yung wala so at buka siya mo magkagan mo raputa na ba sa Pohnpei Mia met na buka siya wala yan met we are kapag when nasa puweka ngayon yan kami kapag so pero the crash at then so we are kapag when coach pues sa siya mo malabang kisa may seatbelt to yawa mo na banded na masan kayo episode ko si remelen Lebih kayu kasampuan sangkares, pesan ko sa net ka. Ranjo yung miya penene yung nakawal ko niya. Age of consent on Pohnpei, I was 14, met ko siya 18. You were 16. Every tuwa siya pagta sa awat, way sa preno di siya na prada na white, in nature. Paano ninaisa ko ano. When we in Hawaii, kata survey nga ba namin so back na bugi all right. She's a child. Papa na no, kasi din wasaw nasir mo sa kung may kunden nasir. Every arrested Puchago for statutory rape would be underage. Every right God which sawas referral yawasa makaksawas. Iwasa po on kajay irabukta po. Friend Patrono, Ivan Puya, Sech, Chenka Samoma, the Honorable Arthur Marcinez, Songko Pumenguang, please come up. China po ng tulang. Captain. And we have Executive Director, right? How about in the front so we can see you clearly?
Good morning, everyone. Sorry to interrupt.
Yours?
Can I sit with them? I don't. We've been following each other all day.
Your Honor, welcome to the Pohnpei International Women's Day 2023. You and Ms. Cynthia Caput. Please know that you're no longer a stranger. We've been talking about you before you arrived, when you arrived, and now that you're here, we know all about your coming. And so it is indeed an honor, a great pleasure and honor for us, Pohnpeian women, to have you join us in celebration of our International Women's Day. So thank you, Kanangan, so much for taking the time. We know how busy justices are, so this is such a great honor. With you today, we have presidents of many of the different organizations. Yesterday, we started the Inspirational Women Parade. So among us today, there are many selected inspiration. We are all inspirational women, but each group selected an individual to represent their groups. We have a full schedule. We've been having workshops since March 2nd. So this is our 4th day. So thank you so much. And for Cynthia, again, we've been talking all about you, how the cooperation, the contribution that you have done, not just to Pohnpei, but for the Federated of Micronesia. Similarly with you, Judge, being our designated justice on the bench from time to time. So, thank you. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts, Kalangan, for coming. So, Judge, we want to hear from you. Give us some inspirational remarks.
Is it my turn already?
Yes.
First of all, thank you very much and good morning, everyone. I am very happy to be here. I was talking with some of the men, and they wanted to know why the women got their own holiday. And I said, I think you need to think about that. Because as far as I know, the women did all the work and you guys got the day off. Right? And I said, if you want your own day off, do some work so they can call it men's day off. Right? But I think that's Saturday and Sunday already, they call it. I am very happy to be here. I remember when I first came down to Pohnpei, I was amazed at how beautiful it is, and more so how beautiful the people were and welcoming to me. I came down to speak at the Micronesian Youth Services Network at the college. I was only invited once and never again. Actually, I have been invited 3 times to speak at the network. And those youth that I spoke to this day still come up to me and say hi and introduce themselves and tell me what they're doing in their life. And I really treasure that. I was asked to speak today on our project called EQ. So before I begin to express the importance, EQ is emotional intelligence. In other words, an awareness and understanding of your emotions. I don't need to tell this audience that men don't have that understanding. They really don't, and the numbers bear it out, right? They don't have an attachment or an understanding of how to process their emotions. When you look at the prison population, the vast majority are men. The women in the prison population, like 1 to 100 in Guam. And those women that happen to be in the population were either influenced by bad men or were suffering from their own drug addiction, which led them to the crime, so they couldn't control themselves, or were suffering from mental health issues. I am the judge in our courts for the juvenile drug court and for the mental health court. So despite my appearance here today, I actually know quite a bit about being crazy, right? And I speak that way because I want to normalize our conversation, and we should not be afraid to speak even if we don't know the technical terms. And so one of the amazing things is I'm also the chairperson of the education committee for all of the Pacific Islands in Micronesia. All of the courts in Micronesia are a part of that. So I know your judges, most of the judges. Unfortunately, the committee is made up mostly of chief justices. And being the lowest ranking judge in the area, in the room, they made me the chairperson. It's a fancy title for you do it all, right? You make sure that we have a speech to give. And so someone came to us with this project called Emotional Intelligence, where we would teach in the pilot schools in all of the island jurisdictions, including Pohnpei, this curriculum called Emotional Intelligence. And so of course, being in the court, everybody was calling me up saying, Judge, why are we doing this? This is not the job of the judges. It's not the job of justice. And I said, well, let me tell you the story of all the prisoners we have in our prisons. We see it coming every day as judges. We try to see and root for programs, but they keep coming. Aren't you tired of that? Right? Every day, different face, different name, same story. And so they said, Judge, what are we doing? They're calling me on my cell phone from all over the islands when the memo went out that this is what we're going to do. And my response, Cynthia has heard this story before. It's like the two guys who were walking along the river, and Pohnpei has beautiful rivers, right? They're walking along the river and then they see somebody coming down, drowning. So the two guys run out, they grab him, and they start to pull him out of the river. That's what people do, right? We help. Before they make it to the shore, they see two more coming down the river. And they're like, oh, we gotta go get those guys. So the two guys run back out and they grab the two more. Before they get those two out, and they're getting closer to shore, they see three more coming down the river. So they start running back out and grabbing, and before long, it's like 5, 6 more coming down the river. Finally, one of them said, I quit. And he starts to walk out of the river, and his friend says, where are you going? We have to help these people. And he said, well, I'm going upstream to tell these guys to stop jumping in the river. And so that's what we are doing in the EQ project. We are going at the elementary level, the high school, middle school level, and the high school level. Every jurisdiction started a pilot project. And so last year, toward the close of last year, it was a 3-phase project, and we reported out some amazing results. And basically, we were teaching children to be aware of how they feel, teaching them how to manage that. You know the old story, right? When you're angry, count to 10, right? And so that's what we were teaching, what to do in that counting to 10, to be aware that my thinking is wrong, that I am looking at this the wrong way. And so it's a very powerful curriculum to control your emotions so you don't get angry and in anger act wrongly, right? And so we did that, and the results were amazingly reported back by every jurisdiction coming back. Everyone was excited, and I was absolutely amazed because in Palau, for example, they already said that they are going to put the curriculum school-wide in the coming year. That's fast, right? And every jurisdiction was reporting, and the teachers were reporting back to us. We're so happy that we got to do this, and the results are great. The kids are amazing, and they're teaching their own classmates who are not in the pilot program. And so I thought about that, structurally speaking. How is this happening, that this project is getting so much attention, buy-in? And then it dawned on me. The Pacific Council removed the risk. We removed the risk of failure. We removed the risk of judgment. We removed all that risk, and we said to the teachers, do this however you want to do it. Whatever the result, we're going to be okay, right? So, the executive branch, the judiciary, and the legislative branch all agreed, and we signed the letters with each other, that we would let the teachers do this, and that we would support them in the program. It's amazing, the results of that program, right? And we're looking forward to seeing those results. Unfortunately, at this point, the judiciary has to step away, right? Now we've set the thing up, and we're hoping. What am I doing today for EQ? Let me tell you the story of a young boy that I had last month. He is 14 years old. He has a problem controlling his emotions. So any little thing, you just tap him, he'll lose it if he perceives it as picking on him, because he's been picked on since elementary school. When I say 14 years old, at this age, he is bigger than me. So you can imagine the fear when he loses his anger or loses his emotion in the school. Okay, so the school expelled him at 14 years old. They kicked him out of school because he got into a fight. Or he didn't actually hit anyone, he was chasing them. And he chased them into the principal's office, and the principal was so afraid to slam the door in his face. That made him angrier, and he started banging on the window, right? And so I said, this cannot be right, that a 14-year-old kid is going to be thrown out of school. We've sealed him to a fate we all know as the Department of Corrections, the jail. And so I said, because we have the power, I said, back to school. And I ordered the school to take you back in. They disobeyed that order. They're coming to answer to it when I get back, right? But I did have several hearings with them and discussed that with them. Now this young boy, I said, I'm going to put you back in school. And he's very respectful in the courtroom. Not at all angry. And I said, I'm going to send you back into the school. And when you go back into the school, what brought you in front of me today, what are you going to do different when that happens again? Most other kids will tell me, oh, Jaja, I'll do this, they'll make something up, right? But this kid, honestly, was just so forthright. And he sat there, and he thought about it. And he thought about it. I thought he didn't hear the question because he was taking so long thinking about it. And then finally he looked at me and he said, Judge, I would do the same thing. And I just looked at him and I said, because now I'm trained in EQ, right? I said, I believe you. I believe you. Because nobody ever taught you how to do different. Angry, violent response, he wins. Angry, violent response, he wins. Since elementary school, probably since the home, right? But today, I'm getting through to him. I'm getting through to him. And he turns out to be so smart. And so we had the teachers in there, the elementary school, his high school, middle school teachers. And I said, it's obvious to me and to everyone else, because he has mental health social workers coming to court with him, that he is suffering from a disability. Where is his special education accommodations, benefits, IEP, right? Those of you, they can't just kick you out of school. They have to go through all of these things before they can reach that point. They never assessed him. They said, Judge, we cannot assess him because he won't stay in the classroom long enough to be assessed. And I said, unacceptable. He is the child. We need to meet him where he's at. We need to figure out a better way to do it. And so, I know there's a point to the story. Anyway, so I'm working on teaching this kid how to do EQ, right? So I have him in with our counselors, and we're taking that opportunity now. Hopefully we'll see the results of the elementary school and their training and learning. My personal story on EQ, that even though I didn't know it was EQ, I have a daughter who is equally, she gets so frustrated that she'll literally slam doors, throw things in her room, but she'll never show the disrespect directly, right? And I'm worried about her. And so one day I observed her. She's really smart as well. Oh, that's where I ended up. The kid was really smart. I said, Principal, this young man, because the principal was brought in to answer to some things. And I said, the last set of hearings I did were 4 boys who were skipping out of school. This young man wants to go back to school. What are we doing wrong here? Right? Why aren't we getting him back into the school, even if it means more work than our part? Anyway, so my daughter, I noticed that one day she started to count to 10. And I could tell that look on her face, like ready to explode. Like butter knife to her sister's throat. If that kind of explosion. And she was counting to 10. And I said, thank goodness she's learned something to calm herself down and to distract herself. Of course, we can't talk to her for a week because we might just set that off. Anyway, it's all about changing our mindset for our children, giving them the tools to do that. And I really appreciate the opportunity to come down and address you guys today. The other day I was having a rough day over some administrative matters in the court, and I was getting a little bit frustrated myself. And I realized as I was writing to no one in particular, I said, man, I have an attitude. I got a bad attitude today. That's emotional intelligence, is knowing and assessing that attitude. And so I said, well, if I'm going to have an attitude, I might as well have a good one, right? And so I picked up and that changed my mindset. And it's all about changing our mindset, because emotional intelligence shows us that you can train your mind, retrain it in different ways, right? For instance, I heard about this amazing softball game that you folks participated in. An amazing softball game, right? How many of you played in that game yesterday? Did you? Was it last year? Oh, last year. What a great story. Did anybody play last year? So, like, if you were good at playing baseball, I understand you couldn't play.
Yes.
Right? Only the ones who never played baseball before, and then the thing was there's no rules. It's like, okay, this is going to be interesting, right? I'm like, yes, let me hear this story. And so Emmy was telling me the story, and amazing things, like, you know, they bat once and 3 runners ran out. And then somebody called a timeout, and everybody thought, oh my gosh, she's gonna faint from the heat. And she said, no, timeout, everybody timed out. She said, jumping jacks. So it's like, these are the rules, right? And I'm thinking, yeah. And so I'm thinking, wow, that's a great story. And every now and then, we should do that. And it's about our perspective. That game was more fun than if we played a regular game, right? More fun than we played it. So, it reminds me of the story of the young boy who came out into the yard and is playing with his dad, and he says, Dad, watch this. I am the greatest hitter in the world. Right? So he takes the ball and he throws it up in the air, swings, big swing, miss. Picks up the ball, throws it up in the air, big swing, miss. And his dad goes, you can do it. And he goes, okay, Dad, greatest hitter in the world. Takes the ball, throws it up, big miss. So Dad's looking at him worried, right, that his boy's gonna feel bad. And the boy looks at him and goes, son, are you okay? And the son looks up and says, greatest pitcher in the world. It's all about how you look at these things that changes our perspective of the hard facts of life. And so often I see lawyers coming in. These are the young lawyers. They're stressed out. They don't know yet. Next week, they'll forget about what it is they're stressed out about. They're going to have to learn that their own way, right? But I always try to encourage them, and I always try to put it in perspective. And one day, one lawyer came in to me not too long ago and said, Judge, I said, are you okay? You look really stressed. He said, yes, Judge, I'm stressed. I got this going, I got that going, this going. And I just feel like I'm hanging on at the end of my rope. Right? I said, you know what I do when I reach the end of my rope? And she goes, what, Judge? I said, well, I put it down and I go have a seat. Because only your mind told you you were hanging over a cliff. Right? Only your mind told you were hanging over a cliff. And with age and wisdom and understanding of your emotions, so you get to put that all in perspective. And so I was invited to come down, and I thought, man, I would love to go down there and sit and participate in the conference and get to observe this wonderful thing, because Emmy said I had no time, so this is kind of like the baseball game that you all played last year. She said, just talk whatever comes into your mind, Judge. And I said, you know how dangerous that is? Especially when the job of a judge is supposed to be to listen, not to talk. And so, some time ago in Guam, we had the governor is a woman, the chief justice was a woman, and the speaker was a woman. 2019, right? Yes, let's give a round of applause for that. And that was the theme. at the swearing in for the governor. And of course, they touch on the obvious, and everybody's talking about the women have taken control. We're in charge. Yes, we're well on our way. And so, the three lady judges who were sitting behind me were completely insufferable. Because they were telling me, Judge, the women are in charge. You're judges. You're already in charge, right? Why are you telling me that this is special? Anyway, just trying to keep it in perspective. Then, we had a meeting shortly thereafter, and it was February, late February, early March, 2020. And we're all sitting in there toward the end of the meeting, discussed all the serious stuff of COVID, how we were going to respond. I couldn't help it. And so I looked at the judges, who were three lady judges behind me at the swearing in. And I said, you see what happens when we put the women in charge? We close, the economy gets shut down, the airport gets shut down, the hospital is crumbling, the schools are closed. I said, we're not going to make this mistake again. It's one woman in charge at a time. We can't have this. Anyway, it's all a matter of perspective. So, our governor at the EQ was completely amazed at how many of the presentments and the presentations were being made by the women, and how many women leaders were at the EQ summit. So her speech again focused on the role of women, the importance of women, and the great contributions of women. And she actually ended it with, see all the good that comes when women are in charge. And everybody clapped, the whole room. And I couldn't get to the governor in time. So she left the speech, and I got back up to give my little speech. And I said, with all due respect to the governor, in our islands, since when have the women not been in charge? Right? That when did the women not be in charge? Every political move that I'm aware of in the legislature either originated from a woman's idea or had to have the backing of the women to succeed. Right? If you don't have the women on your side, forget it. Done deal. Right? You're not going to make it through. So, keeping that in mind, I guess when I return back to Guam, I should go and apologize to the three women judges that I have been teasing this whole time. I really appreciate the opportunity. I look forward to spending time to get to know you, and it has been my pleasure and my honor to be able to address you today. If you have any questions whatsoever, please send them to Cynthia. Cynthia and I do a lot of work in domestic violence, sexual assault cases, things of that nature. And I wonder, we're working on our project, our newest project. Can I tell them about it? Is that okay? You're in charge? So, the new project we were working, because Cynthia, I'm a judge, and Cynthia and I trained, she takes me for training more often than not. And she would say to me, Judge, what do you guys do in the court for victims of family violence, other than the prosecution? Because when you come in and we say, Judge, I'm guilty of family violence, we say, okay, you report to probation, you go to a counselor. We give you the counselor for free, by the way. Right? We send you to the counselor in this court, and then a probation officer is managing you day in and day out. And so Cynthia challenged me, what do you give to the women from the court? And I thought about that and said, really, we don't do anything for the women other than issue a protective order, an order of protection. And then you're on your own. We give no support, we give no counseling, we give no needs assessment to how to avoid it. So I'm working on that side of the equation. But then I also said to Cynthia, when we travel and we train, my question is, where are all the good men in the work that we're doing? Right? Because the women know who the bad men are. So do the men. Think about that. So do the men. But we don't know how to address it. We don't talk about it. And so we were talking about this in many different ways, and we came across this idea that in all of our islands, we have traditional men's huts, right? Where skills are passed down, where the right of manhood and the passage into manhood is occurring. And so we were talking with a bunch of other men and discussing that from the islands. And one of them said something I asked the question, in today's society, where is the men's hut? Where does that rite of passage take place? Where does that information about how to be a good man come from? The role model. And one of the guys from Chuk actually said, the men's hut today in Guam is on the streets of Guam. And on the streets of Guam, what are they learning? Nothing but the bad, right? And so I have many other thoughts and dimensions to add to that, because among them is I had my probation officers go out to the house and assess why this kid is always leaving the house. Go to the house and tell me what's going on in the house. They came back and there are 14 people living in a 2-bedroom apartment. 14 people. 7 of them are adult males over the age of 20. This 14, 15-year-old boy has no chance in that house. He can't even turn the channel without getting beaten. Right? He can't open the icebox and touch somebody else's food, drink, or water. So the only place for him to go, out into the street. And guess who's waiting there? Not me. I wish. That's what we're trying to work on, is where do we give them to go somewhere else? How do we engage them? So we're thinking about a lot of projects, and it's so exciting, but that was my question to Cynthia. Where are the good men? And we shouldn't let the men escape the responsibility that always has been their responsibility, right? And more so today. So I'm counting on all the good women to stop cooking dinner until all the good men start showing up. Thank you, everyone. I could go on forever. Again, if you have any questions, I'm available to answer them. But if you want good answers, you should ask Cynthia. At the very least, it'll help me not have to talk to her. 2.5 hours on a delayed flight from Guam to Pohnpei. She was sitting next to me. Actually requested to be downgraded. They refused. Thank you, everyone, for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Kalangan and Justice, Your Honor, Kalangan and Justice Parsinas. Siyempre, napulog ko na. So that is a court order. Do not cook dinner. We can tell our husbands, if we cook dinner, we will be in contempt of court. So we're excused only tonight, this week, or?
Did they show up?
Thank you so much for the great inspirational speech, Your Honor. Cynthia, you want to say something about your organization? I know on the 8th you will you're our star speaker, but maybe the opportunity now is kind of an informal. Diyan, may dama biyag sinya, Miss Catherine.
Half a day to all. It is really my pleasure to be here. This is, of course, not the first time to be here, to share from Guam as well. So, but this time I had to bring one of the good men on Guam to come. I don't cook dinner, but he comes and supports me as well. But I'm with the Guam Coalition Against Sexual Assault and Family Violence. And actually the first time that I was contacted was back in 2014 by the Institute of Migration. Evidently there was a situation on human trafficking here on the islands, and there were 4 children involved. And so we were called because there were no district psychologists or psychiatrists on island, and they needed assistance to be able to assess these children to seek additional services. I'm new on, well, not new on Guam. I lived in Hawaii for 30 years where I built my network. Guam is my home. My family's from Guam, so I returned home. Like a good daughter, when family calls, without giving a that you go home where you are needed, right? So I went home, and I joined the Guam Coalition. And then in 2014, I get this message in an email saying, help, we need assistance. And again, without batting an eye, you think, what does Guam have that we can offer? So one of my board members was actually a clinical psychologist. So I reached out to her and I said, I don't have grant funds to send you to Pohnpei. And they're asking if you can assist them. And so I have miles. Let me send you there and let's see what happens and see what you can do. And so actually back in 2014 was the beginning of how Guam Coalition looked to finding ways to support the region. And in the course of the work, I recognized too that many of the grant funding that we do have on Guam is not expanded or does not reach out to the region. And I recognize too that what happens in the region happens on Guam. And if we cannot make your home safe and healthy, how can I make Guam, my home, safe and healthy? We are transient people. We are people of the region. And so in that light, in 2016, we had the opportunity to apply for another grant. And so this grant, though, focused on reaching out to college campuses. And one of the things that many of our US federal agencies do is they pretty much don't understand how small islands work, right? So one of the criteria was you can only be eligible if you sign up with 8 colleges. If you've been on Guam, we do not have 8 colleges on Guam. I was able to come up with 4. We had University of Guam, Guam Community College. We also have Pacific Islands. It used to be the Bible College. And then we also have the Guam Contractors Association Trades Academy. That's not 8. So then I reached out to Saipan. There were 2 over there in Saipan, still not 8, right? So that came up to 6. I reached out to American Samoa, they only had 1. That meant 7. So again, we reach out, you know, as women, we have our networks. So then I reached out to Mary Okada, the president of GCC, and then speaker was Judith Pohnpei. And they both said, let's reach out to the region. So because of their support, I was able to bring on College of Micronesia, the College of Marshall Islands, as well as Palau Community College. So we actually pulled together a proposal that the U.S. federal agency could not say no to. And in that light, we were able to reach out to the region and begin again connecting. And here it was working with the College of Micronesia to be able to address sexual assault policies in the schools, as well as working and providing support to be able to do prevention programming. And so again began the ways to look at, and while we were here, it's like, okay, we cannot stop here. The next grant I found again, and that's how I connected with Ms. Berno. Where's Berno? She's always busy, right? Oh, there she is. Berno Henson, right? And so met her, as well as Dr. Simon with the Community Health Center. And so through Guam, we were able to look at the intersection of domestic violence, human trafficking, and looking at how we can connect with service providers as well as community health centers. So yet another opportunity for us to be able to provide resources, if anything, at least training. So as it is with my family, when I have, I share. So when we have on Guam, we can certainly look at ways to be able to share with you. So when I met and connected with Emmy again, was it November, December? We connected and she told me about the fantastic and wonderful efforts that you folks did to be able to establish a holiday on March 8th. So I told her, oh, I want to come, I want to see. I didn't know she was going to tell me to talk. But I do not have as much of the humor as my preceding speaker does, because no doubt when he's up on the bench, he has a lot of jokes that he comes up with to while away as, you know, as things happen in the courts, right? And I think that's how he needs to take care of his day too, because the seriousness of the courts, that's why he said he was crazy. He gets to be able to balance work with his own personal life as well. But he was true though, because with EQ, he kept saying it's emotional intelligence. But when he kept saying that, I'm like thinking, I'm sorry, that's EI. EQ is emotional quotient, but it is better known as emotional intelligence. Now when we go back to the hotel, you'll be upset with me because I am correcting him in front of other women.
I'm wrong again.
And again, we do have a few good men. And yes, what he didn't share though with you is when I challenged him about the court, it was because I had called up one of the folks, the therapist, to ask if they would assist us in one of our events. And they came up and they told me, oh no, we cannot participate. And I'm like, why? And it was because the court wanted to have this neutral appearance to the community, you know, a sense of impartiality, to which I turned around and I told the judge that he was saying more nicely than when I shared it with him. Because it was more like, that's right, you work for the perpetrators. That's who you serve. It's the defendants. And then the victims walk out and what? So this is important for you, for nonprofit organizations, to let all of the bureaucrats, all of the agencies, especially our government agencies, know that community does it better. And it is with us that we can continue. And so I'm so glad that I connected with Emmy when we had the EQ report out last year, because certainly who was missing in the room? The justices, yes, reached out to the other branches, and perhaps not in their plans, but who was missing in the room were other NGOs. And so with Emmy's help, we were able to make sure that our presence was known. And yes, this is where the action continues. Yes, we needed their support, right? As Judge Racines noted, to remove all the risks, but the work continues. And so in that light, you can certainly count on supports from Guam. When we have, we share. So on that note, thank you.
Thank you so much, Cynthia. Thank you so much for such an inspirational speech. We certainly look forward to this partnership with your organization as NGOs, definitely with the courts. We'll just make sure we don't appear before you in the court, juvenile court in Guam. But thank you so much for, again, taking your time to be with us today. Any questions? Iren kapatapach, someone, comments, kapu? I also would like to recognize one of our senators who just joined us today, that's Senator Ricky Carl, one of the best men on the island, good men on the island. One of the senators, Jacinta Ludwig, one of our female senators from the state legislature, is also here with us today. So, we give credit to the state legislature for passing the holiday, the March 8th. Anything to add? Kapan na lihat apa ya?
Okay, kapangatat Pohnpei language can be deceptive. When we say Kaseleria, we say welcome and we say goodbye. Just like Kapin. When we say Kapin, we say our gratitude, and Kapin can also mean to disrupt. So I'm asking whether I'm here to disrupt or I'm here to thank you and express your gratitude. My respect to you, Judge, and your colleague, and to the members of the Women Council, especially the leadership. I apologize for coming late. Men always come late. 2 meetings. We want to make sure that everything is ready before we. And so I try to wait until everything is settled. This morning was not an easy morning in our house because we learned that this meeting may be moved to another location. And so we're very glad that nothing was disrupted and everything is as they planned. with the continued support of the governor, our lieutenant governor, and the leadership. Not only me, and I think I shared this with my colleagues here in the legislature, as lawmakers, we often wonder about how we can help with the social issues that we have here in Pohnpei. We often make the mistake in thinking that all the millions of dollars we received under the compact can be used to address our social challenges. And these are challenges that continue. The story you told about the family in Guam or the situation in Guam with respect to our brothers and sisters who are there, we can see remnants of it here. As we speak, the Pohnpei Women Council is housing some victims of domestic violence, which we didn't really see until COVID hit. And COVID sort of brought to the surface a lot of these challenges. The stress and confusion that comes with COVID resulted in families making tough decisions. And I think as a result of making those tough decisions, we see victims. In the judicial system in FSM, in Pohnpei, and similar to Guam, we have a constitution that ensures life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Yet, our court system here puts all its emphasis on the protection of rights of defendants. We have an office established and fully funded by the national government and supported by the state government that protects the rights of the accused. No such investment in the protection of victims. So we protect the right of the accused so that to ensure that he keeps his right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The victims, we sort of let them find their own way. Yes, we have migration legal services, and we have other local attorneys that can file civil suits in pursuit of rights that they may have been deprived as victims. I wonder, and we also have NGOs like the Pohnpei Women Council that are not funded by the government. Because of a holiday, now they will enjoy some funding, but dedicated to one day out of the year to celebrate and maybe bring to the surface their challenges, celebrate their successes. That doesn't take away the fact that we have victims all around the island. Maybe in the room there are victims who don't know that they are victims. And I struggle with this. How can the judiciary, because you're faced with the actual story. At the legislature, they don't come to us with those kinds of stories. How can we make rulings or rules that ensure that some level of public resources is dedicated to the protection of the rights of victims? Yes, we have an office placed, strategically placed within the Department of Health Services called Division of Social Services, which has 3 focal areas: youth, senior citizens, women rights, and disability. Our budget is only budgeting for the salaries of the individuals. We're not budgeting services. And so without the kind of
cases that you're confronted at the court, if legislators are not given those stories, it will be very difficult for us to budget services that will be geared towards those challenges that are brought before the courts. It's unfortunate that we don't see representatives of the courts, but I think courts in Guam and courts in Pohnpei, like courts in Talker, the National Court, share the same responsibility to the citizens of the region. Because maybe it's to escape the challenges that we face here is probably the reason why we're in Guam or in Hawaii. And I think we need to start to accept the responsibility to really tackle those challenges at home. And I thank you for sharing your story. And also not to offend my responsibility to the Pohnpei Women Council. I would like to close by saying on their behalf, and all the women of Pohnpei, traditional women, mothers, and all of those in the room, express their sincere gratitude for your being here, making the time to fly out here. I know with the weather turbulence can be a very dangerous thing these days. I've been watching the news on people getting hurt on the plane. And so thank you for taking that risk and coming here to join us.
This was my only risk.
Okay. That's a good risk. It's a risk that has its benefits, like insurance. And then once again, thank you for making the time to travel here and join this week-long celebration, which will culminate into the celebration on March 8th. We're very proud that Pohnpei has made that decision to honor Pohnpei and give them one day out of the year, Pohnpei International Women's Day. Once again, thank you for your time. Salamat.
Kailangan ng Luke, lunch is here. We'll take a 15-20 minute break to give the women, if they want to ask more personal questions or questions regarding your job as a judge, or to Cynthia, let's take advantage of it. So what? Why so well? Patron mas, dekat mas yang percaya, kami kayo naman ay so well. Mapalitan na room ko. So, we take a break.
Okay.
Hey!
William and Mercedes. May kalat mo ko na. Bakit na wala? What you lucky number? 27.
27. Ban Patrola. Last name Henry. Last name Henry. Iyan. Takot na kayo.
Ibu kayo.
Lumiti kayo when matalani.
Ano first name and Adrian?
Maria.
Hey! Kalat, kalat. Justice Martinez, what is your lucky number?
Yes. I'm very good at math. I'm very fast at math. I'm not good at it.
What number?
5.
5.
5.
We're giving out prizes.
Okay. This one goes to Lian Colonia, a resistant to Colonia. Mary Henry. Samana. Oh,
Okay, Mary Henry left.
and so susunod tayo mo.
Atanda, what's your lucky number?
8.
Number 8.
March 8. March 8 is still sa yun, malikata.
8 more, sorry.
The last number.
Lolo Yuti, what's your lucky number?
Number 2.
Ano na ito? Sabi ko na ito na yun, disqualified.
Goes to Benigno Sanchi. William Delia Queen mo.
Sige, Benignos na.
Maya Benignos? Georgia. Maya Benignos? Lord na wo Salamala.
Next.
Number 20.
First pa aso Susan.
Last number.
Okay.
2-0.
Liaisa. Marlene Henry.
Oh, yeah. We got popular.
Section 1.
And kasi na menu. 13. Number 13.
13. Lakna na rin sa sino. Josephina Edward.
Yes, yes. Kailangan. Next, pwede mo na. Kailangan. Hindi yung sabi sa pangkachoda mo. Liyeche tonas, liyeche take out ko mamauche, liyeche. And we have na
Food for my mind.
Kasualama, wallet, maintain yung i-outed. Anak, may dapat naman naman na siya. Touchdown ang naman program. According to the schedule, just that you have, we'll continue the child protection until after lunch. Because I've already told and then we have legal services here. Not yet, I think. She might be coming from the office. Ayun, I saw Ayun representing. Anak China ko sila. Child protection. We apologize. We're going to be using our languages, so Gentlemen, Georgia, the capital punishment with corporal punishment or recommendation to sign child practice, family affection, quote unquote, I love you. Tama dyan, kaso isang diyan natin kan. Counseling. Sansan ang nakaratasang Justice Parsiness, emotional intelligence, as one of the recommendations here, to be educated on emotional intelligence. That's one of the recommendations. Seek higher paid jobs. Then when aramaso ka nabis kasunta aban nabis sa wasa benendo. O gipso mag-try ka pachuan na sabihan, try ka nabis dipin na soja na unnecessary. Mag-try spoily sabihan. Mawa. Okay. Nalagariyaw yung school violence. Nada-challenge na miya kapan, na miya teacher punishment. So batangkan, kala ko sabihan, tawita, tamil, putan ko, lack of school supplies. Asan-san, na miya ng school ka, nan-way ka, soja, dipson school. Education, so yung manda, o sabihan, so yung lumababa, so yung called events, every po, dipson school. Simple notebook, pencil, crayon, some club, so come on in. Come sit in the front. How many of you? Yeah, more. Or you want to sit in the what's up? Just listen. What's up? Cioè Casamona high school in fix. Sophomore grade. Renta visa and they got pageant J. Ay subis may yan na present remay kung tama ba niya what you're doing, the project that you're doing, or you just want to observe. Do you have signs? No. That's fine. Thank you for coming. Please observe. Okay, don't be shy. Ask many questions. Thank you for coming. Is your teacher here with you? You cut class or you got permission to come? Thank you. Okay. On Wednesday though, it's a legal holiday, so we would expect to see you at the Spanish roll, right? Come in your uniform so you can help us out. Thank you. Some of the things we're going through here, I think it applies to you folks. So, we're saying school violence. And one of the groups yesterday identified some challenges on what causes school violence. So they're saying that some of the teachers give excessive punishment, which sometimes lead into physical punishment. So, does this apply to any of you? No? Okay. Lack of school supplies. When you go in, you have all the textbooks and all the things that you need to. Yes? That's good. Nepotism or favoritism. That sometimes teachers favors one over the other. So that was also identified. Perhaps it's not fixed, but think of the schools that you came from. Did you see that as a problem? Okay. So Batangas could go bar. When you're in young and go bar sangan. Or a student report to school without school supplies. Match via school met. No bata. School, especially the younger grades. You have notebooks, pens, computers, cell phones. Okay. Because what we learn in the early childhood development consultation is that this is where peer pressure begins. Especially for younger children that goes to school, parents don't give them any snacks, lunch, no school supplies. That when it comes to break time, they start bothering, bullying the kid that has the crayon, the coloring book, the notebooks, the things that they want to have. So, but in high school, do you have that problem? Nobody bothers you? That's good. Okay. Good. Me and then Irwin Kapacho from Team 1. So, okay, so not recommendation, but these are challenges. Let's see what they recommend. So yun recommendations on group 1. There should be an individual meeting with the principal, teacher, and parents. Not the entire class, just those 3. And a separate meeting with teacher, parents, and the students. So this time the student is being brought in. And if a problem that they cannot resolve, then the Department of Education should be involved. Students, you have the right to report, okay? If you are being harassed or being disciplined to the extreme by anyone, a teacher, a principal, and or a schoolmate, and you feel you cannot report this to your teacher because maybe he or she's the one giving you problem, or you can report to someone higher. Maybe a higher classmate that can report to the Department of Education. Yeah? So don't feel that you have to be quiet and hide if there is any issues. You're not alone. So I'm so happy you're here. We are your mothers that can help. Okay? Well, so these are some of the recommendations. Yes, Chief Justice, does this address some of your concerns? Hey, all recommendations ka, Mom? Okay. So, group 1 mo. So, dyan may kapachapat mo na ibang kacholang ng group 2. 2. Yang group 2. Yang group 2, may mapagagi child marriage and sexual abuse. Anyone from group 2 here? Absent?
Group 2 na Mel? Wasa? Diana no?
Check breakout in group 2 now. Group 1 met, group 2 down.
Group 3 mo? 4 or 5? 2. Smell. Suli na ba? 3. Oh mo, DOT. DOT ati.
Online DOT, you are in the group 2. So you are in charge, your group was tasked with child marriage. The challenges that you identified were disagreement and kamatang pupunta and limit our educational growth. Okay, the Pugana, the isang Serimeno, and Rangag, Kanagay School. Bile were na uyangapal, parental responsibilities have spanned to entire family. Serimeno, iya matang pupunta. Nakapagi yan noon na papa o pininikan sa mga kapal niya na bando yan. Kahit hindi siya wala po. Pininitak, pininitak, yan ang pagi. Family hardship, financial and emotional. Kapal na isense niya, kapal na matamataw, kaya pininikan ng kapal. Child marriage, kung bisariman, matalang yung sumpag, isa kwalo. Child in this case, Jessica, we're using the age 18 or 16? Jessica, age 16, right? 16 and under, all unison. Bisariman, mapupunta, niya tanang in isa kwalo, o tanangi, Patpatuya ng category child marriage. Wata na bimiya, dumadap lang ang kagayartaan mga liyan o kaduwaran sa rin. Niya ang matanga siya pupunta. Meron na kami matanga siya nature. Seven yata sir. High risk for young mother and child, physically and mentally able. Ang kaluwar, ang imanwini, sa rinalo, apulapul. Ang kachay, check na siya teenage pregnancy. Nameron. Pileo nga, sa isang cause jealousy among young married couples. Napulapul ka, hindi kayo luwak. May bilong child mabula-bula ko is nakakapit mo ito. Sa-isa natin, dami parata, talaga bula-bulkan, matayaliwag, bilgin kaya makat. Amen, kasi isuwan siya, may nakuwangan. Ikapan, group 2, kasalita mo. Miyan different kapachapat? Wait on, come. Physically, yang patwalo ng physical. Paluwara usay noon. Wengka, nakoyak, wengka kakwani. Recommendations, Dana Sensan, family support, government support. Sa wasang benene, sa wasang government, nililinanan om sa enterprise, seven ko patulalo. Jailen sa was, kung office seven meno, teno ng pudapun meno, ang parala ka na realize. Counseling. Pero, counseling sang benene, kumbaga pa, o demumutso. Family planning. Kung what kasalita yung kasampal with family planning, may isang winikan, may winikan ka sa wanta and kamalaw, calendar, the birth control, sa contraceptive. So, miyan sa was, kung kajong tayo, winikan suicide. Questions? Our young students? Any questions? Anything to add? Do you have any boyfriends? I'm not gonna tell your mom or dad. You're sophomores, right? Finish school. Those boys can wait. Those girls can wait. Anything to add? You want to say something? Why do you think it's important to wait until you're adult to become a mother or to do that? Come on, as I can't hear you. State your name and just repeat what you said.
My name is Tomaria Liandaringan. What I said before is that if you get into an early marriage, it can cause a lot of problems during your educational journey.
Okay, thank you. Volunteer, young man? Speak on behalf of the young. Diba, the age of consent for Pohnpei, we moved from 14 to 18. But, so that one, kasampon, trident, and then enforcement, selling dyan, ay nasansa. Pwede, ang may doon na baba, nagan. Chief Justice ko.
Ele ocupou Tiago. Eu ia ver o meu jeito de trabalhar amor, eu ficava no meio do meio do trabalho, mas eu tinha que trabalhar no hospital, era pouco. Eu estou certo. Ao olhar ele fora.
Chief Justice, the concern here is that there is an existing law, in 18 years, consent, that a lot of people are not aware of. So the question is, how can we ensure that this existing public law is actually disseminated so public are fully aware, especially for the young children under age of 18, because if found that one word that they violate, then it's because they're underage, the parents will be in trouble. So that's the recommendation by the Chief Justice of Pohnpei Municipal Government, that it be disseminated, and we're recording that as a recommendation to the legislature and or your executive. Well, legislative branch, ya rin ang alala ko sa operator within the executive. Pero we are social affairs, so kung noon so we're supposed to net budget and not disseminated. Yes, okay.
Our Ayan, what exactly so namin sa
O sa mga chong quarters, kahit celebrating siya.
No, nag-aaktibo sa Filipino na oras niya. Ito ako kahit siya nito.
Era quarters family. Pwede i-real. Depende sa rin. Chaco o Cioè, per esempio, che serve ben quello, io come legge, Chaco che
Uyan ko kung magkuyaw yan sa mundo. Kaya magawa kita na yan. Kung man tilay, pasyon pagkabukan kung kayo, imanan na sabi-sabi. Kung sabi-sabi, kasi kung tanang mo ito, hindi niya magunyang sa riba, dapat na. Hindi makalatapapan mo na mag-ipagawa. Ang pagtodo, kung paano kung isang kukungkabit ka pa, no, di alakas. Pagtodo, pero mag-ipagawa. Sa lima utana, pasan dia suruh buika, para kalau kita saya pada ucapan ini kami menonton set ini kira itu.
Kailangan na nila. Pero sa Bishra, may naman. A mother child, when giving birth, that child will also have issues. Going back on
Pohnpei, Pohnpei, sa karatan na siyang airboy. So, dan kap, dobla kakitay ng nasunod na ngayon. And so what we do is a child harassment. Kasi pwede na patutan ng penkas, what ba?
Ayati, namijungkan na sanankan, prepare o tiyaratan ng sangka. Dahil kananganan do legislature kan panganala sa mga kusod na what could be biyay pa pato yak son kanay di koros when devlaw sang nan pitwong pi wali sa puyaw ipiputiyang uyanan nurse. Ngayon ang son kanay na bin certified first po natin son kanay na ka-school. Ibin learn sang mentors kay na bin son kanay sang sasko no kay siya win kay no ko semen kay may bin itawa na rin kaway to i-ride ay kulong po utali bin sa choir yung patola teaching mo dahil sa yakis mo mo na yala son kanay may patola isin karong po ako nandiyan ko ngayon wala. Kaya yan tak, ayun ka puro to, one school o the one to talk ko, may katokila wala yan. So kung wano, ikatokila teacher, katokila puro to, 95, o chekta kay kayan, yan natuntaan mo kwa rin yan. Musok aranas naman. Di na, songan pulo-pulo pa, pwede pulo-pulo. Apipin, Petiyang rhino nansiyang sumpa tayo sa kay i-retire. Ikakaksa ito kau nakan menyang tayor purana. May apay men sawas o sawas tayo ang pulo-pulo. Kuran pilkak kakreti sa man pasko to kaway din. Apalibi po apalibi na wasan nito. Kakak nursi sa paros apasan nito kaya wasa kasumpan. Kung sa sarawin paros takbato to tingin ko sa ang masang nito. Kalau kasumpan ang sabi ko pinatay na tao ya sumpan nito. At ya tuwacha noon. Pagkas ko sa yanan ni. Dahil na dirapra. Kung may ibang kailangan ng nurse na mabukas-pasay, ito ka pinatay na sumpan nito. Para to niya. Right now, ako kumwenta, yung Vietnam siya, ito po kita taong wow. Di, in fact, wow, nakikihit ka, makanyas ang kanation, po ito wasaw. Imagine lock kahit sa kang, iyakan ito. Ayat ko naman, naman na, kaya kan nito ko, naman pang isang war-war. Utahan na ako lang, kasi kaya na ilang sukat ka rin. Utang, ang itate lang, aray ko. Erik Kareta, nature, ikipagawa niya, right, masong kanation ka, may nansiyang kataka diyakan. So may bank lang, may mga kanation ng judge, nanuman kainin, may sakayap siya. May nansiyang nagdala kong ko. Resaman ka to ako, yun ang kasampal. Let's say use computer ko sa kang registering mga diyakan. Pwede na nulisan mo na naramdaman data. Resaman data ako, record ko, tenente ko, tesawan kapal ako. Record, dalit pagkatarla, sang state, at wadila national. Writing, kajoki ay way, dikiyaw pa ng kakupot, sansan. Napan sa kanakan, waiting, medyo ulapul. Kajal na nagasan, gagal na yang hay. Ino kareta, record ko yung kukotong ko try no, Renanan yung wanyala, pasunod yung pwede. Niyatak na ito, utang pinsang-sang na lang, gusto kasalayang teenager. Nagpulapul, nature, intrapulpulway, pwede mo. Kawasan no, sa itong rentiyan, apali. Nakaklise yan. Apong ni kakairata seryo, ito ba ang usap tuwa dyan, iyangan ng pelay. Kaya kahit hindi paros ka, nature, saan paros mo. Niya sa manage yung nakanan na Edson, kawasan mo kaknay ko sa rin na usap. Sa rin na sa itong usap, rapap sa rin sompong, sa rin sompong aranay ko lang. O yung kapwa, liya ka sa itong kapwa, dapitin, menyas, ram nature din lasan niya ipong. Kaya kichok siya ka, nananan siya o kasawiyata menyas sumpuran. Naliyan na ka na sa yakran niya tamit mo. Lasan mo ya akong calculation ka kapas kang yawi. Estimation. Basta ka, kang note nandang mo ka. Nasa ni kung tanay siya prana siya.
Atok ceka ini tay dengan kak kaskulen wo kak kapacayang ko. Dia men kananana bin kapacapay na lisiya. Kung ako may bang tuji, po dan baton net no. Tuji tok ceka ran calculation ko kan sapung. Ko tan bin kala kan ko mo tok ceka so banta. Net. Ri rok ko. Kareta wala kusunnet kwenka kong ngapi sarapin tulungan ka. Rente yang angata kanenli mga. Boy, kita gamay. Kanenli, wagi kanenli ngayon. Kanenli popo. Asarapin na pulapun na may suksubun. Kailan man siyang school. Aleto ang degree po nantil workshop. Sa pinakyan ng maraming kita na World Bank, sa Asian Development Bank, kak sa wasa sa yung pagdiyakan na waliyang sarabing kaan, kanabela ay school lang. So niya trap siya, kung chocho na. So niya nurse, kung niya kahit program, COM. So niya lawyer, kung kilay sarabing, di lawyer o pinira sarabing ka, di lawyer. So kung ka, nag-lawyer, Kacang-kacangan malam bukau dah sarai law school nan FSM posongan kita saya semua serben mudah-mudahan para mana kaya boleh kapan program tahu sangka ngan main eutak memujikan kesejahteraan ke school one rating napulapun niya sobra tu niya survey para kata terus laku ko ya kata mesontar. Mas setelah sabu ay sa pinaka siguro the youngest girl in Pohnpei. Kali isipkan namin ng kita inan bagi salita sa labing kanan high school ka kumain nanti yang kuwi kena nanok ka lang yan ng Pohnpei na scientist professor lawyer sangka kumain dan ka kunan may technology computer yang kumain Paray Forest. Nasa background natin sinabi yung answer. Ako may Google check yung answer may distributed yan sa data. Das. Aki sa isip tablets, may disulat yan. Ako to nas. Tinig ko to. Ako may boss. Senator ka. Boleh kita boss. Check it boss. Semisalkan kadang ni. Beda dan anggota nasa anggar kita anggar sudah sesuatu program ngerjain. Ayo tapi namanya pas sudah kesendet tapi nyawa tapi tentang kuen kesendet tuan pasien yang lebih cari yakin yang kasku. Berkah dengan yang saya tahu.
Is a retired, she kept saying retired nurse. So she wanted to share just some of the data that was collected at the state hospital. And they have as young as 12 and 13 years old mothers, young mothers. So FSM is one of the states with the highest teenage pregnancy rate. I'm not sure whether in the Pacific or in the world, and that is why it supported the passage of that law that Senator Carl was stating. It's also very clear that for us, for the young women, young mothers, one of the safest form of contraceptive, which is the usage of the catheter, is not the best remedies. It's difficult to use, to follow. And so it leads into increase in the pregnancy of the young mothers. So in summary, that's what it is. So she's encouraging again that awareness be conducted, be done on the existing public law, encouraging the young girls and boys that are here with us refrain from wanting to be married at this young age? Well, kailangan. Moving forward, the next group, their topic was exposure to family violence and children in conflict with the law. We're fortunate we have the judge here, so let's see what they can offer. Starting with exposure to family violence. Which have been challenged that the violence initiated between mother and father. This is within the family structure. Nono, papa, kalap, nawi. So it's within the family. Or the parents taking sides. Serimen Pawiana Sapo, this is what, and then Pawiana Serimen. And most likely the mother. Utamiya to the Pawiana taking sides. Then a parents cheating, multiple partners. And then kaupaweti yan. Bibili yung problem, may identify, may family violence, drugs and alcohol, o then penene may mention of the dog, yata and cinch, because we have different comfort. Dami, amoy nakakataw to. We're all different parts. Nagpuganono ba? Yan sa paganono ba pa sa suwat, sa rikan sa suwat. Yan sa paganono, the papa, most likely nono, pinyana sa rio, at the church sa rio sapo. So to kapo, mapugaway siya ta sapo. Kachines. Parents cheating, versus just specific mababaw, then no, then the parents. Medyo siya natin yan, pipisit yung parents cheating. Come on. O, totoong kiyaleta, merkasal, drugs, alcohol. After the one parent working, isusun ay dahil yata report siya, kung isusun noon, alay tumawag na, Yahweh was working. Natawag yung government, for so much, so sad, kabaya-baya sang matatawag yung government. The question is when it says one parent working, it's unclear whether working for the government. Because fishermen, farmers make more money than those working for the government. Kung makawawagis, kung young group men, kung young idol men, may question on.
On one parent working mo, ako rin na to, take over. Allowance no salario. Kapya nga siya rin no wala sa mga natuwa affiliate fee.
Nagchamanta, lapu, kawewa na uyaw-uyayo. Natuwa siya nakarasa na mababaw na ito, hindi may providing ka. When the may idiom no, yawan, tentami di yung spend ang muni yung marino niya. Ay kami nila na may tapit no yata sense now. O, yira what we yira kapal yung rechay. But a marriage, a couple, the one that makes more money, limits what the other parent can use or how can the other person use it?
Kailangan katulad juga kalau yang senjata dan yang beda. Saya sudah pun ikut kali itu bisa macam ni yang macam itu dia kata. Oh, jadi kerana anaknya betul jadi itu. Jadi contoh punya sekolah seperti yang apa jadi letak seperti orang seperti apa di nasi. Asal saya untuk wajah jadi dia wajah kalau tidak bisa wajahnya dosa wajah kerja tidak sedang dia betul dan sedang apa-apa di mana kalau tidak kali itu dan ada itu pun wajah jadi dosa mandok dan sabun sote karena ikut betul Ingat sekolah Israel macam diri apa itu kata Israel. So saya dan timbul kuliah tanggungnya hari saja dia itu. Bukan selalu, bukan minum apa ini yang sebutkan. Kalau kita tahu kalau tak hilang jangan, ini kemudian masih. Kita bahasa Indonesia, dosa. Karena yang ansau baik-baik, yang bukan dana fenomen sami apa nasib, orang kadang saya nono mau baik, kadang waktu kita nak jadi kita tahu ya finance of seven penting, apa ini sumber anak penting Even dengan kata yang saya ini, boleh belum tak berdaulkan dan dia ada sebut neksan, tapi sebut sebut amal kurang kan. So saya upaya ni ada jadi lintok. Bagi lintok nak utang so saya nak kamu erway. Ini saya.
Yes.
Kalagan, thank you. That was an example of a mother who has no choice but to quit her job in order to care for her young children, especially when they live by the water. And so she has to quit her job. And the comment made by Mrs. Mauricio is that husbands or spouses, if they truly love each other as couples, there should not be an issue of the sharing of financial resources. Kailangan welcome to Pohnpei. There are seats in the front. Kailangan. Get recommendation ko. Recommendation in family violence, exposure to family violence, seek counseling. Dahil rabaki, and then sawas, and counseling, kapaka. Huwag child prioritize sa child program, shared responsibilities. Pileo, then I seek support from government, Department of Education, Social Services, umumotso ka. Nagpugach kapyang pachawanta sawas. Stop being greedy. Nawawa kita. Dinichar kila taman niya. Ito no araw, dikaw kay sa buwan na hindi mabatong pinantaro. We'll go with the fourth one. Copy recommendation ko. They were very discreet, and I couldn't figure out what they meant by greedy. But it's adultery. Don't be winking at somebody else's property. Oh, and properties. Persons, properties.
Yes, no, sent photo I think I'm going to get that. I got to that.
It leads to death. Greed could result in violence, other types of crimes, burglary, theft, stealing of properties, disruption of other family members. AG, just go. They have recommendation, laziness. Stop being lazy. Being responsible. It says share, prioritize, and share responsibilities. More if so. Well done and laziness and stop. Okay, Ivan Solar. Yeah, you can. Sadagariyaw, children in conflict with the law. Challenges, kamargan, na puwing mo identify the lack of not enough discipline by parents. Lack or, sorry, not off. Or not enough discipline. That is pretty jarajay when tanong sarili. Discipline o yan, bakit siya when si Richard kama kami ko na rin pinapis mo kopi. So. She said yes. Whenever kamaga. Niya ko sunod na binireti kamaga. I said what? Family Protection Act, binireti kamaga. Kerbacawan excessive, na pinod daw niya. Pero kakuyawi, apchay ka na yung pero apchay rin kuya. Kuyawi yan so. Kamuay na siya nono na iyo ko mamorche. Direct po van way pagpadyo ng kalapusan. Copying others, when match, Christay rata dapat siya lapsel, nasa liman na ng kawan. Christmas, Pohnpei ay bibigyan niya, nakabumiyad mo ay bibigyan niya. I think that's the recommendation or challenges. Aggressive, rude, kay sarikan, dahil pinay na noon, dyan o kasandikan sa nono baba, so dahil sa mga so that Prestuya ka sa DJ, Baba wimsong, Nono wimsong, Benokan, so dati ko benejo. Karta seryo ese nama, abando yung kapa, dahil sa rancho na ngayon, wasa ko, is na gantor. Wasabis na reports ko, grandparents, we are, when mom, apin niya sa watch, Nono Baba, pagpulkan, complain kami, then the grandparents kami, spoiling us and Masari ko ban, tiyama, nulugalap, papagalap, so, sa nagay bakway. Noong nakakapan, may so, grandparents ko, may 8. You're smiling. You love your grandparents more than your parents? You rin ka pa, You raise your hand. Want to say something? What's your name? Ramsey? Rob? Okay, now. Tell me what you think about yours. Come on.
Alright, hello. My name is Prof. Alens. And what I think about these are, well, how can I say it? The only thing that I agree on is the last one, that is too many rules can causes confusion, because I experienced that a lot. And it gives me a lot of problem. Like I cannot focus on my studies and my chores too. So all I want to say is I don't want too many rules at my house because I need to focus more on my education so I could at least grow up and help them. Because I owe them a lot because they raised me as their own. So as the second oldest and the oldest brother, I should also take the family burden and should also help them. That's also my duty as the eldest. Thank you.
Kailangan. Bawat siya yung mga sansepyo. Iye ka, wait up siya yung nababa. Judge, you have a story to tell. We'd like to hear.
All right, thank you.
Robson, I don't believe you for a minute about those rules. If there's too many rules, write them down and follow them through. Okay, the rules are good for you. So on the discipline, I agree, parents should be disciplined more. What happened is the story of a grandmother when I was a young attorney. I was representing her. And the grandmother had been brought before the judge to answer because someone complained that she spanked the children too much and too hard. Right? So the judge was being patient. It's an older lady, grandma. And he says, Miss Cruz, I agree with spanking. I agree with spanking. But there are limits. There are limits. And my client couldn't resist herself. She couldn't, and she didn't really understand the judge. So she got up and she said, I know, Your Honor. And every time I reach my limit, I let him have it. I said, okay, I'm not going to be able to help you. And so we did that. I do have some questions for the kids.
Yes, please.
What time did you guys go to school? 7 o'clock? What time did you go to bed? 11:30, 1 o'clock? Yeah, right? No, don't be ashamed. It's important that the adults hear this. I'm on your side on this one. Okay? So the brain science shows that for the middle school kids and up, that they're not awake until 10:30, 11 o'clock. Their brain doesn't wake up. Their body function, all of that. You agree? Yeah, you guys are still like, what? We're here, right? So if we know that, if the science tells us that their brain doesn't wake up until 10:30, 11 o'clock in the morning, why do we send them to school at 7? And from 7 to 10, what are we doing with them? Right? We might want to think outside the box on that one. I'm all for thinking outside the box. Somebody said to me once, let's think outside the, that you should think outside the box. I said, what box? I haven't got no box. And I'll give you an example of that, and it's just a matter of applying common sense to these things, right? When we were in Pohnpei training, we had set up a clerk's training, so a bunch of our court clerks from all over the islands came in, many of them first time to Pohnpei. And we thought we were so smart, we got this great training curriculum down, start at 8:30 in the morning, end at 5, free time. Well, we realized nobody was going to be able to see Nan Madol by the time we were done. By the time we were done, next day we're all starting to head to the airport. We're going to be here for 5 days and none of us are going to get down there. I felt bad about that. And I'm in charge. So I looked at the other presenters and I said, why don't we cancel the morning session? Kind of like what you guys did here. Unplanned. But mine was planned. And I said, why don't we cancel the morning session? And we'll let our clerks go to Nan Madol. They all want to go to Nan Madol. And we'll go into the night to make up the time. So they said, that's an idea. If they're willing to do it, let's do it. So we took a poll, everybody raised their hand. Yes, we want to do that. And what an amazing time we had. And everyone, by the time we got back from Nan Madol, we got back at 12 o'clock, which didn't lose us any time. We picked up our plate lunches, just like this, and everybody ran to their room to shower, change, and come back to class. And they at least got to see Nan Madol. So I'm rooting for you. It might be too late for you guys before everybody gets down to the point where we wake up at 10. But you might make it, where you're going to get up at 10 o'clock. And then there was another one here about the parents, the conflict between the parents. I handle many divorce cases. And one of the toughest things for a judge is to decide which parent gets the child. Right? That's a tough one. Because right up until the point of divorce, both parents were good parents. And then when they hit divorce, all of a sudden they're both bad parents. Right? Because that's not true. It's the way they look at the situation. And so when I sense in a courtroom that the parents are really just fighting to fight and to win, I make it clear to them. I talk to them directly over their lawyers. And I said, in this case, when it comes to the children, neither one of you will win. There cannot be a winner. The only thing we can do is make sure that the child and the children we're dealing with win. How are we going to work together to make sure that they win the best situation out of this separation? Right? That way no winners. You cannot win. I will not allow you to win. I will take you to the middle ground where both of you are raising your children. Okay, who's your favorite teacher? You don't have one? The question should be, why doesn't she have a favorite teacher? Who's your favorite teacher? You don't have one either? How many do you like? Oh, you guys are a tough crowd. You're a tough crowd. But in the age of Zoom and video conferencing, did you guys go to school online? No? You were still in person, right? Okay. In Guam, all of our kids went online for 2.5 years. Then we sent our children to online schooling. I don't understand today, why don't we have online parent-teacher conference? Why do parents have to line up at 5:30 after a long day to have their parent-teacher conference? Why can't we do it by Zoom? So that's the purpose of the conference. I know you guys are going to get in trouble once we start talking to each other. The parents and the teachers start talking, you guys are in trouble. Because that's the biggest thing. When the kids come in front of me and their parents come in front of me, I actually hand the parents the school's records because my officers went and got it. And it's like, he missed the first 3 classes every day of the week because he's not awake. He's walking slowly through the hallways. He went to the nurse's office, right? That's things that the parents don't even realize is happening. And so one day I thought I'd be smart. I always prove myself wrong. I thought I was smart and I said, I'm going to send your mom to go to school with you every day and walk you through the hallways. This is a high school student. Walk you through the hallways. It worked. The girl got to school, the young lady got to school every day. Every classroom, she made it. By the 4th day, the teachers were emailing my staff. Can the judge please take away the order? And I'm like, find out what's going on. Why do they not want this order? Apparently, the mom is falling asleep in the back of the class. And the teachers were taking pictures of her falling asleep in the back of the class and sending it to my officers. And I said, oh, goodness. And here I was, I thought I was smart. Thank you, everybody, for listening to my story.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm sure there will be more stories to come. Bien nakawata pe mo so ama wala teka lang. Copying others. Example you. So there, different kapat. So to even share our experience. Mom. At the yet recommendations kan. Sarigan maganda yung kawal na kusunan. Kawal na kusunan. Improve family time or gatherings. Tanasa what pwede technology media, cell phone, internet song. So na ransom panini at katpele. Dia panini maramangka and then reamen siditan na promote pene and enjoy wiya katabatin control. Say. Biar makin text lang na niyo text lang na niyo na niyo. Try then improve communication. And me also try then ka na sel at katobel. Where yes to na so much to na ayim ele takapay. Then Sarikan to allow the children to share their issues. Pwede na manakabot kasalita. Sarikan miya right po, miya nila right. Agay ela Sarika po. Jalan waiter right ang kasalita. Kasalita ya right ang kapunot ka. Parents to set good example or role model mo. Pinili yung meta na nanonobakaban ka. Masarikan ka, pinkairta mo, alasang nanonobaka. Parents and grandparents need to agree on how to raise children, using one set of rules and discipline. mana ka po kajawan ta. When I am in Makiritim, I am a grandparent. Ayapali a Juan grandpa, Buksang Ayapali Utan Bene Juan Bo. Iganat Kalamadeti complains. Mom, Kashkin wait and fridge. Atamet men cup ale, damet, it's always why. It's a Juan Boya Kita, it's just a different things on the Bibim. Juan Boya Sampali, a grandpa Utan because of what. When we have out there, all your parents, different generation. May Juan, when Maja no Master Manor, when Padilla in the break was so net maybe answer what from way back Pajananga. Very young Chibita would and knowledge of the Kaya. We have got that with only one on your chuka and another development to pay you. Bake. Iran wala chuka may so be some yesterday would and eat well. I can complain about Paniso when you would appointment each of the Kajawan. I would a Yabani H1 based on one doggy Yemen. Iban feels guilty every now we took mark. Is it just a man no need number of mark and your pocket? Away, you got to mark and what you want. So it's a different generation. Now we can get in the child quarters, no Novana, Pamagana, child with the Toba and a child. Kamakam, there's a Kamakam, each we have been for certain many answer what we have been. When Ben ceremony, Family Protection Act. I said what believe was on the no drop policy. Now we're going to go with you, Madiaman, the Karasapadi Yokamaka, he complained, and about Pali and Nake and Buto, a Nake, I was trying to read because the police can Pali prosecutor and Tola. Utan Rabanto. Sabak mo na nanguwach. Ako sa Japan ka bela base. Area iyo na chay. Ana chef mo. Morning ha po kata telepono ay call 911. Yan ang saya. Naiso may kampatit 911. Police kan dali mo ate yung peso. So na-raya. Eventually, we send someone to go to the fabrics and go to case of Anthony. Apni ay so may ibebe may bunga bilola, yan po kata telepono kay call 911. Yaramen, kahit ang kacay tipso, kahit ang kacay nana. Sabi na ko sa neto, apali ko sa net. Puyo kaya ni Rete sa mga sakay bulo. Any other stories? This is on we're talking conflict with the law. You share the grandparents. So just ang kadikan, nalayo ito kong
Jangan ongi dia
The question is, with the no drug policy under the Family Protection Act, where does the traditional apology come in? When a family comes and goes through the traditional apology, our Constitution recognizes custom and tradition. So if they bring us a vow and ask for forgiveness, does the case proceed? The answer is yes. Nianso me walang pupungan, so pupungan tayo na kayso. Irawan na parata. At may kalubabentiba ka na rin marara, may no drug policy, so siya mean that dapat ka saliti. Avant Tola or let it Songo Kumelo Karawayata decision. This chief justice of Anga way Aleta na traditional way warning. That Aranda so. Kung dahil sila tinaran tepet, awa tepet, lugar. At depend on case ko, young woman case by case basis, case para sa ito ba as I said, traditional apology, that was a good question. How do we apply traditional apology? Tamay tayo sa upuan.
If I'm taking too long and I'm taking too much of your time, I apologize. At any time, feel free to throw me napkins and I will get the message that I should stop. Okay? I serve on the bench in Palau as well. And one of the interesting things that I found in one of their traditional laws, the traditional law, I think we should really go back and reflect on it because I find a lot of wisdom in the traditional law and respect contained in the traditional law. So there's a very controversial case that happened in Palau some time ago, where one of the high chiefs was holding a meeting regarding land, and one of the clan members disagreed and knew what the meeting was doing, and he disagreed, so he came into the clan meeting with an American lawyer. Yeah, he didn't make it any better, right? And so the American lawyer, not knowing the rules of the game, so to speak, directly argued with the chief. Straight on, right? American courtroom style. The chief was so beside himself at the disrespect in front of all the younger, lower ranking chiefs that he himself took the club and beat the man. And nobody intervened. So of course, the civil law, the American law, the US law, whatever law we adopted from, but non-traditional, stepped in and arrested the chief and charged him with assault. And it had to go through the court. And the defense was, this is traditional law, that the chief had the right to have this man beaten for his disrespect, which in many of our jurisdictions is the right? And it still happens sometimes. Just check WhatsApp and YouTube, right? There's some people actually video those meetings. And so, he was found guilty. Now, this is one of the highest ranking chiefs on the island, and the island, you can imagine, was going crazy. But this was the wisdom of the judge in what he wrote, in defining and clarifying the traditional law. He said that the chief had the right to order another to beat the offender. But the law did not allow the chief himself to deliver the blow. We all know why, right? Because when it's you and your anger, it is nothing but anger and revenge. But when another is delivering the blow, they might not hit as hard. They might not hit with as much ferocity, right? That they're just carrying out the instruction, right? So that's the justification. Of course, he was found guilty, and the island was going to go crazy, nuts about the traditional law. So the wisdom of the islanders, the president pardoned him the next day to maintain the traditions and the civility and the culture. We recognize that that was a one-off. Thank goodness that wasn't my grandmother client, because that, I don't know what defense we would have. What were we talking about? That was one of the effects. I had COVID and I got vaccinated like 9 times. Yeah. No, they said like you have to take 2 shots, right? But you have to take them a separate time. I didn't have time for that. I said, hit them both. Fortunately, they didn't listen to me. Yeah. Yes.
Yes, with respect to traditional apology, yes, it's enshrined in our Constitution. The government shall respect, uphold, and preserve the customs and traditions of the various municipalities that make up Pohnpei. It ends there. We've yet to pass any legislation to clarify or inform us what constitutes on the government's part respect, uphold, and preserve. We have an Office of Historic Preservation that deals with artifacts and historical sites. So this kind of law, we may think that traditional apology may not apply. But that's really up to the courts. And there hasn't been a case that I'm aware of that's been tested in the court.
Yes.
Where the argument on traditional apology is in question. So we may say that traditional apology may apply or may not apply. There hasn't been any precedent.
All right, so thank you, Senator. So traditional law, okay, you guys are going to law school now, so I want you guys to pay attention. There's no reason why you shouldn't be going to law school. Although I think it's better to be a nurse, the pay is like really good when it's hazardous. Anyway, so traditional law, this is how it comes up in our modern court system. So somebody makes a claim and another person makes a claim. So I'm handling currently cases in Saipan as well. And so one of the cases involved Carolinian law. And under Carolinian law, much like many of our other jurisdictions, the oldest woman in the clan or the family holds the land in trust for the whole family. So when they registered the land in the Japanese times, they registered it under the oldest woman's name. The question was, when you put Western law into that, the oldest woman is the owner. And her own children have superior claim over the rest of the clan. Right? And that's important. So when they come in and they say they're going to register the land, which is what you have to do after the Japanese time. One family said, it's my mom's land. And another family said, no, that's not your mom's land. That is our family's land. Under tradition, she held it for all of us. And under tradition, nobody complained because that's the way she treated them. When I went to farm there, she didn't chase me away. When the other cousin came to farm, he didn't get chased away. So that's how traditional law comes into the system. And then the judges have to hear the evidence, listen to the experts, and then the judges write what they find to be the traditional law. And that's how the traditional law is being codified or put into writing. It's not so much from the legislature or the Congress. It's when the judges are listening to the parties, and then we say, under these facts, this is what constitutes traditional law, and this is the result. So that's how it all comes into play. So that was your first course in law school, brought to you by Professor Barcinas. You might want to write that down in case you need a letter of recommendation. Right? What do you want to be when you're able to make money? You haven't decided yet? Well, hurry up, you're running out of time. What would you like to be? Okay, Roscoe, what do you want to be? Yeah. Yeah, what would you like to be to earn money when you grow up? Scientist? What kind of scientist? A biologist? There's a lot of money in there. You know how much the biologists make at the University of Guam? In excess of $120,000. Yeah. That's easy. You know how much that $120,000 is a month? I'm very fast at math. Ask me any question, any mathematical questions. Go ahead, Anthony. None? Rosenberg? I mean, don't ask me about my money. That's not true. I'd rather be quiet and you guys think I make a lot. Right? But why don't you ask me a mathematical question? I'm sorry, can I hear you? Talk about. Yeah, 120,000. That's the start. Yeah. You want to ask me a math question? You don't even have to know the answer, just ask me a hard one. Yeah? Give me like a mathematical 3 digits on each side. Multiplication. Okay, here's Cynthia. She's going to give me one. She's dying for this joke. Go ahead, Cynthia. 6. 151 plus 231, 6. Yeah. I'm fast. I didn't say I'm accurate. You can ask me questions all day. I'll throw out those answers one after the other. What are you going to do? See how easy math is? No problem. Right? And half of the higher up math is not even math, it's just alphabets. A squared plus B squared. I don't know the answer, but it's somewhere where X is. Because we're always trying to find X. I'm about running out of materials for this hour. Yes.
Do you know how to show 1 plus 1?
No, I do not.
We'll show you later.
Okay. Oh, am I running over on your presentation? Okay, before I stop for the day, because last night I didn't know that, I forgot, honestly, it's my fault. I forgot that the restaurants closed down at 5:30 or 8 o'clock Sunday, and I didn't head out for dinner until about 8:15. And I believe we were hitting every available restaurant just as the lights were going out. And so we finally raced to the department store, and Cynthia and I, in our first dinner in Pohnpei, totally our fault, not any of our hosts. We enjoyed a fine dining of cold spam and bread. Cynthia got most of the spam. Anyway, thank you very much, and I will step away. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Your Honor. We will make sure you are fully fed. Kalau dapat take out is just say yes. Thank you. We want to welcome the students from PICS who came in early, and also the Our Lady of Mercy Catholic High School. Can you rise, please? Our Lady of Mercy Catholic High School or Our Lady of Mercy, not Pohnpei Catholic School, Our Lady. Okay. Thank you for coming. All the PICS students, please rise for recognition. Try to come up to the right. Thank you so much for coming. High school students, you're all sophomores or are there seniors? All sophomores from PICS. What about the all seniors or freshmen? Yes, I'm freshman, sophomore, junior. Okay, so they're from all the grades, from freshman to senior. Welcome. I was telling the PICS students that we expect to see you at the Colonia Town Gym on the 8th, which is a holiday, International Women's Day holiday. So please come because we will need a lot of help. Okay. Again, thank you, Justice Persinas. A big round of applause. Thank you so much for sharing experiences. So the last group is on child trafficking, forced labor, and sexual exploitation. Before doing so, we have some folks that just joined us from, come on in please, the U.S. Embassy, MLST, IOM, I'm sure the other UN organizations. Russell is sitting in the back. Thank you, Russell, for bringing your students.
Sister, faculty of the...
Sister Casadillian. My apologies, I can't really see who's sitting in the back, but feel free to move up. There are chairs in the front. So we're down to our last slide. Yesterday we did a group group work, and so we broke out into 5 different groups. This is the last group, and their topic was on child trafficking, forced labor, and sexual exploitation. Our projector is not we show it here but not there. Okay, while designated IT Jessica is trying to figure out how to work on this projector. One of the challenges that was identified by this group was the lack of love and, in parentheses, God. Then sochi chat develop when nandanini ka. Kung kailangan niya aleta ka when kaksawas. Irresponsible parents, that was identified as number 2. We apologize, something was working until just now. Irresponsible parents, penini so kauchi. And then ieu kawan meleta, ieu iren kamay chata sa wan kawan kauchi. Low income, before repeated, but then income in penini wo chuchuk, habi dinileta kapat. Poor education, the way limited education. Every year of catch, we was kasaleta na we are iren kapat, eleta kapat eleta child trafficking. Bueno, in Waragis, so ya takot, kabisa takot child trafficking. Nanagasan, nan Pohnpei, Mia represented anti-human trafficking laws, both at the national Yung patron white was Rica and Sensa. So we do, the national government and all the 4 states have their own anti-human trafficking legislation or act, called Trafficking in Persons Act. Okay? All 4 states, including the national government, the FSM judiciary. Yeah, the FSM. And here we're dealing with child trafficking. Any child 16 or under, under our FSM law, is considered a child. There's a difference between trafficking. Let me ask this question to the students. Who knows what trafficking is? Any guess, any hint? Who knows what prostitution is? Let me ask this question. Do you think that a father can be a trafficker? You think that a father can be a person who does the wrong thing by maybe forcing the daughter or the son to do sex act? You think that a father can? If you think so, raise your hand. Do you think a father can do this to his, let's say, daughter? The actual act in itself. Do you think that the father can? Yes. So one says yes. Do you think that a priest can do such act? Raise your hand if you think so. Again, one person saying yes. The other, you don't think that the priest can do it? No, right? Do you think that a teacher can do such thing? They believe so. Do you think that a person with lots of money can do this? Yes. Do you think a mother can do this? One or two. Thinking a mother, maybe a father, maybe just one says yes. The answer to this is anybody can be a trafficker. So let me just give you a very short definition of what the difference between prostitution and trafficking. Okay? In our laws in Pohnpei, prostitution is prohibited. That's against the law. That's if I go to the airport and I decided I want to go sell myself to perform sex. I take the money, I use it on my own. Nobody forces me to do this on my own. That's prostitution. It is not trafficking. The trafficking is, let's say I am a mother, you are my daughter. So I forced you. I said, Tataho? May? I said, May, as my daughter, as the mother, I force you to do this. I'm going to take you there. I want you to perform sex act with this person. If you don't do it, I'm going to beat the head out of you. Okay? So you're scared because I am your mother. Okay? So whatever money you make, I will take that money away from you. So you're scared. You may not want it. I probably physically force you to do it. That's the trafficking part. Okay? For a child, there are 3 elements. There has to be an act, a purpose, and a means in order for trafficking to occur. What is it? How is it? And the means to do it. For a child, anyone under the age of 16, you don't have to prove the means. As long as the act occurs, the perpetrator or the person who does the wrong can be charged. Okay? Now, it's important to know that every child, you should not be scared of this. It's not something to be ashamed of. You're not alone. If you know of anyone who does this, there might be signs. We can go through a whole training. If you want, you can ask your principal, I can come and give you a training on this. Okay? But please report. Pick up the phone and call someone. Pick up the phone, call 911. Pick up the phone and call me if you have to. Okay? And just to share some of the stats that we have here in the MSM, only at the MSM Supreme Court, I don't know the statistics at the state level. 100% of the cases that are filed, the trafficking cases that are filed at the national court, the victims are female. 100% of the cases filed at the FSM Supreme Court, all victims are minors, meaning they're like you, age 14, 13, 15, and 16. You're within that age. 98, maybe 97% of the perpetrators, meaning the person who did this, are people known to the victims. Father, mother, sisters, priest. So that's why I asked the question. Do you think that a father and a mother and a sister or sibling can do this? The answer is yes. It's recorded here in the FSM. The wrongdoers are our own people. All defendants, meaning those perpetrators, are adult. 99% of them, or 98% of them are male. Does that give you a snapshot of what's happening? Okay? So you cannot look away and say, well, it doesn't apply here. It only applies in the US or in the, foreign countries. It's here. It's a problem here, in Pohnpei, in the FSM. It's happening here. Okay, so Russell, I'll be glad to come and do a session like just this. Okay? So again, challenges that were identified: lack of love, God, dahil kakaka, nagsawas ng kaos. Benign, irresponsible parents, low income, and poor education. Can we go to the next one? We're stuck again. Okay. Under recommendations, community outreach, like this. Their recommendation, ananapin kapesen yawi. Corpus and patrowan mangi takot sa ire kasampal tuwa church. Ananapin ng community ka na gusa na kanan pinini na way. Social media. The social media ananan bilyang sawas. So in case tuwa dyan so maybe a case, paparata, newspaper ka nang report ka. Nakita, chay pinakita sa watch ko, chay susun na sa cellular. Yatap na uyatati. Ay may song ko bunga kasaleta. Kusun na mamiyan sa watch, ang mo kwen may uyawita, kwen torbe, right, met, uya, bukit sa kay right mo. Once you may be attentive, automatically, me a public defender, me a lawyer. By the kind of you said it to be a canapus. If I catch all of me, if I come to one dimension, is a watching social media was a comment to victim, the car on the year was watch. So just I was you, the me, and so what the government catch one that all the right victim. So kailangan ng legal service, aray niya nga pali kaksawas. Appointment, wewara na kan, di iray ko dito yung kawal, akanaw yung kokong, yung sabila, so just awas use ang government. So, what I just mentioned is that our laws are prone to, it seemed like it's created to cater to the defendants, the perpetrators. I think we discussed that earlier. Automatically, I'm assigned a public defender. Even if I'm convicted, I have a place to go. There's a jail. I sleep. I get up. I have breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I have shower. But victims are left unattended. So, we need to work together, especially us, Pohnpei Women Council. What can we do? Thank you to Legal Service for your willingness to assist. But while we're waiting for a case to resolve, who takes care of the victim? Especially when children are involved. Like we said earlier, we're in a situation right now where Pohnpei Women Council is taking care of the family victims. But when the case first occurred, we were stuck because our office is not, it does not meet the standard of a shelter. But this is what we have, so therefore we gave it up. We gave it to, in order to get this family off the street. And all the expenses were out-of-pocket expenses. We had to help somehow. You know, one of the difficulty that we faced, the Pohnpei Women Council, when this case first occurred, this was referred to us by social affairs. We're not investigators, so we cannot ask any questions except that they needed help. It's the confidentiality. So I continue to provide, for example, cash, power, and food and all that without informing my family of what's going on. I happen to be off island. And then my husband called and asked, like, who is this lady calling saying she needed cash power? She was asking for you. Well, what he didn't know was he's been financially supporting this family for some time. I just didn't tell him. But sometimes that's the nature of our work. He had to find out himself because that person called the house. So, very sensitive issues. Especially with dealing with victims. Pohnpei Women Council to take this on as one of our priorities. Whatever it takes. We have Cynthia here, who's an expert in victim advocates. Jairan Gabi and Cynthia Sawas. We have Iowa, we have UNICEF, we have legal services that can help. So, this is one agenda that I would like to note, that we take it on as one of our priority actions to be taken. How we do it, we'll get the expert to help us. So one of the recommendations is to encourage church participation, of course. As far as I can example, may bajong case, may bajong wanda may one quarter kayo, kahit may one quarter dati na quarter sa kanakan. Case yung nagparado. Chay sa akong kina. May taprala misyon o tao Pohnpei Women Council says stay away from all the priests because they're traffickers. No. This was one case. Not all fathers, not all mothers, not all sisters are bad. Okay? But the training that we will go through, you will be able to tell what are the signs. It's either you're helping yourself or you're helping a sister or a brother. Okay, so Russell gave me the thumbs up that we will be, we'll schedule a training for Pohnpei Catholic High School and for PICS as well. This is the contribution by Pohnpei Women Council. Okay. Okay. That concludes the group reports. Any questions, anything to add? We are right on time. If not, our next presentation, you ready? Our next presentation is Laws and Rights to the Protection of Gender-Based Violence Survivors. Child victims, survivors. Mesh, Chaiban, Kwarawabene, right, Semenkan sa IOM. IOM, the International Organization for Migration and Micronesian Legal Services. And then Sabna Child Attorney, Tamili, Tanya, Nadan, Sawaski Road. Roger, you're presenting?
My name is Erica Phelan. I come from IOM, representing the Iowa project. As I understand, there's been a lot of presentations and a lot of group work that we've done with Pohnpei Women's Council. But before it was headed by Lulu Ling Santos, who's also here. Thank you. Please stand. I feel like it should recognize the person that really started it off. Hand for Lulu Ling. Thank you. And I'm just kind of hopefully following in her footsteps as she's inspired me as well. So I just came back from school. So that's in case you're like, who is this person? So yeah, I'm kind of remixed when I speak my Pohnpei. So I hope you don't mind. But first, of course, I'd like to give my respects. Respects to all our traditional leaders, church leaders, governmental heads that are here as well. So my presentation is basically going to have three really interesting parts. So I'm going to kick it off by talking about domestic violence. And I'll just open it up. Okay, so yeah, the first part's going to be me talking about domestic violence, the signs that you should look out for if someone is suffering from domestic violence, and how we can help them as victims or as people that witness these individuals undergoing this type of heinous acts. The second part will always, of course, come from an actual expert in the field. The legal side will be presented, of course, by our fellow Iowa beneficiary. Ms. Donnelly will be presenting for us. She stood up, very beautiful. Thank you for coming, and she has a partner with her as well that's come to join us. Thank you very much. So yeah, without further ado, I'll just kick it off. We only have 30 minutes. Hopefully I keep it within that time. So, as you can see, it's gender-based violence. Technical difficulties, please give me a moment. So maybe we could just take this out of the, if you're timing, please don't count this technical difficulty.
Dan, are you here?
So maybe we could, because it's not like we have any animation on our presentation. So please excuse me, I might just go forward just verbally until the technical difficulty resolves itself. So we wanted to kick it off by defining domestic violence.
It's freeze like that's why they cannot. Yeah, like that. They're trying to click next slide.
I believe you've received 2 pieces of paper, which is the pre-test and post-test. If you could go ahead and start filling out the pre-test for us, please. If there's any question or any words that you would like for us to explain, the Mamia Lokaya the Kosoy Mesjo Sansal, the management child Mon Kawe with us Okay. So yes, that was me really trying hard to speak good Pohnpeian. Thank you for your patience. Yes. Oh, Lululin, did you have your hand up?
I just wanted to find out what sustainable development goal number 5 is. Gender equality.
Okay, so she asked a wonderful question. Thank you so much. So the question was, what is sustainable development number 5? Do you know what that is? Actually, I feel like we've mentioned it so many times in the past few months. Gender equality. Gender equality. Thank you so much, Lucille. Give her a round of applause. Thank you. So that sustainable developmental goal is what our project is mainly geared towards. For gender equality. So that's why today, our presentation, we wanted to give a presentation on something that's affecting not only the women out here, but also in the outer islands, also in other countries. So domestic violence seems to be the most all-round winning issue that's being faced by all the women. So that's why we decided that this was going to be our focus. As we're still correcting the technical difficulty, maybe please also deduct that. Can you? So I only have about 4 items in my presentation. Thank you so much for your patience. Basically, I was really looking forward to telling you guys about the Iowa project. Although there are some people here that already know what it is, but I'll just kind of like speed through it. Some of the students might not. So Iowa stands for Inspiring Women's Advancements Through Collective Action. It's quite lengthy, but ultimately, everything that we do within this project is supposed to help women to empower them economically, to teach them about the help that's available through the departments, the governments, all these kind of organizational help that's available to you. That's why it's really important for us that we wanted to share it at the Pohnpei Women's Council celebration for International Women's Day. And then we're also just going to jump in and talk about what domestic violence is, the types of domestic violence, the signs to look out to identify possible victims, and how to help them. Okay, so this is kind of like all around the more technical explanation of our project objective. So I'm just going to read it off because I don't want to get any of it wrong. We contribute towards the increased local understanding and demand on removing barriers to gender equality in the Republic of Marshalls, FSM, Palau, through diplomacy and galvanizing coordinated actions. And for this project, there's mainly two outcomes. First is gender discrimination towards women in the workplace, women in business, and entrepreneurs is reduced through community awareness and socio-economic empowerment of women in FSM, RMI, and Palau. And number two is project partners have increased capacity to take action against gender discrimination within their institution. So as we were talking about before, we were talking about sustainable developmental goals. So there's several of these, and this one is of course our main focus. And underneath this sustainable developmental goal, there are 6 main targets which are mentioned up here, which is to end discrimination against all women and girls, eliminate violence against all women and girls, eliminate all harmful practices such as child marriage, recognize and value unpaid care and domestic work, ensure women's participation and leadership in decision-making, and to ensure universal access to sexual and reproductive health and rights. And I've circled number 2 because that's kind of what we're focusing on today, which is eliminating violence against all women and girls. So the way that these things work is that they always try to make it into like specific goals to focus on, generally like for all the UN nations. They've agreed on these sustainable developmental goals, and it's to be carried out in all the developing countries such as, you know, FSM, RMI, and Palau. So the question here is, what is domestic violence? Can any of you define in your own words what is domestic violence? It can even be in Pohnpei. We welcome that especially. Nami memen kakasinen tao biapina kawewen domestic violence. Nabid na kayan Pohnpei mau. Amen.
Domestic violence or ignoring our women
Pinong wewe kita kawewen. Domestic violence. So that's one as well. Maybe we could also have one from our partner from Micronesian Legal Services also. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Kalangan. That's a really well-rounded definition. Thank you very much. And here in English, it's defined as an abusive behavior directed by one family or household member against another, and or the situation in which someone you live with attacks you and tries to hurt you. And now we're going to go into the types of domestic violence, because sometimes we don't understand that there's also physical violence, there's emotional abuse and intimidation, and then there's also financial abuse. And the definitions of these is followed.
Physical abuse, the type of abuse might include grabbing, pushing, biting, burning, hitting, etc. Whereas emotional abuse and intimidation is defined as it targets the emotional and psychological well-being of people or persons. In this it is identifiable from the words and actions a person uses to embarrass, tear down self-esteem of another person. And number 3, financial abuse. This may appear in the form of limiting or denying the victim's access to funds.
Don, you want to kind of summarize that with your typing? It will be in my presentation.
Yeah, sorry, it's going to be quite similar presentation, so I'm just going over kind of like the basics as well. Another form of domestic violence is isolation, where the abuser wants to maintain control over his victim. For example, the abuser will keep the victim away from family, friends, and colleagues who are trying to offer advice or protection against the victimizer. And for the 5th is stalking. This is a severe form of emotional and psychological abuse. Stalking includes watching the victim from a distance, breaking into the victim's home, reading their mail, following the victim, etc. So as you can see, there's plenty and plenty of signs to look out for to kind of identify victims of domestic violence. So you can see here, you can see that she would be afraid. She has kind of like a fearful nature. Whenever her abuser would speak, she would go silent. Whenever he would enter the room, there's always that change in her personality where she's not as open with her friends and she's not really allowed to go out to public places anymore. This is essentially all that it's saying up here. But it also goes into what China and Pohnpei, that's their business, right? Sometimes we could be talking in the marketplace and then we insult each other or we call each other names, but sometimes, perhaps, it can get a bit too much. It could really mess with our mental and kind of like physical feelings, and everything that we have can be affected by everything that people say. Although we have strong skin here in the Pacific, we can say like good muscle or anything like that. We don't really try to pay too much attention to the way that people talk. But even here, we have to be a bit more sensitive when we talk to each other or to our spouses. So that's one thing to take into consideration. All of this is available to you, of course, to also kind of go over yourselves as well. But I don't feel like it's something that I have to go into detail because everyone's probably heard about it. So for the next bit. These are the recommended steps or the actions to take in order to help these victims, which are listed here. It is recommended that we can approach them respectfully and to listen without judging, to support her, allow her to make her own decisions, help her find domestic violence support system, and help her stay safe or find a safe place. Oh, thank you for pointing this out. That is a failure on my part. I should have said him or her, because as gender equality, I've already failed. But you know what? It's okay, because now we understand, we're learning together. We do find that half of the population, as men, also face domestic violence. And the pressure there, I believe, is that it also has to do with culture, where the men have to be quiet and be strong, and they're not allowed to express themselves. And I'm really sorry, I hope I'm not offending any of our male attendants. I'm really trying to voice out that you also matter, and you're also part of the warrior group that's trying to eliminate gender inequality and equity. So we really appreciate you as well, and I appreciate everyone that's here that's bringing up these ideas, Kalangan. So yeah, also just kind of watch out for our male peers, our brothers, our uncles, make sure that they're also safe. Yep, it's very short, 13 slides. Thank you so much. I was really hoping I'd keep going because obviously, it seems like I'm enjoying this also. Sorry, it seems like I'm sweating so much because I'm quite nervous, you see, because it's my first time kind of speaking in front of all these really, really beautiful, beautiful people. So I'm just gonna keep wiping my face and keep talking, soldiering on. In the name of equality, thank you. Thank you. But for now, we're gonna go to the cream of this presentation. I'm going to allow my absolutely wonderful partner here from Micronesian Legal Services to take over and show you how it's done, basically. Thank you so much. Come here. Give a round of applause, please.
Let's give her another round.
Gosh, how can I top that? I think I'll speak in Pohnpei and maybe I can top her performance, right? Mawaj kwan sa karatan wow payo ang samajay coach wang kumelin labalapangan koros mayan coach wasaksej wow napi Pohnpei Women Council where we tatok lat o pichay Russia na dilenchoy niesil kalman. Thank you Pohnpei Women Council ewyalare walite imen pang ko pwe niay wewe iyan ki sakla royal dan royal ari napier ari may chaka data nanya may data na salar may pwena kay raita ikaman nang kita na data kan kakan muyawi imun pwede yan so imun kasalatawaj and this science that kasalatawaj kami yawin ng Pohnpei slide kan tetana bang parata bawe kami yawin ng Y pokarusya and kak aleti nekoch aleti da poleti nekoch manwet oy nang takitay right sa kan so ibitami ka Joan Senator Carl na ay chungol ka jo tagawe piltan brafi at may pilstawas. Pwe inchungi ti pwelo kaya way ka chmain ko murder ate kamaranas mondangoy asang dayan ne tip na lukwata talwara na ranasaman tan tila palari na amay kawe mausangay chungol ka at may pil wewe tato. Okay, tama sa one batch kiyang kumain ko sa netyo, na ko pilkalangan ng Pohnpei Women Council, pwede na sa J-Ride, ikanilele, makusan netwatch so chuta kakapala. Nanway nefestem, way chariyaw, na niya domestic violence law, na yung Wayne Pohnpei o Wayne Kusay. Lupay ni po nga, Kusay and Pohnpei. Okay, architect. Lopolop na Pohnpei Women Council. Open niya sa WhatsApp ang kapil ng walakan. Talimaron niya di na mumutin legislature na kapil na mapilkaman ala ko sa language. imo tipson wai gach nyaiti Irotan now itan sawaski yang momod wet o payo ang kumain pwede ko sa network wet patani why ang saukis na niya may line so na wewe kita johan why ka na may net patara pwede ko sa network pwede message tana kasalatan ranwa siya panorala opting each kan obviously Migration Legal Service they not Philippines na saban kasalita at jojo nira na din kajanan kusan de sawasapan or kayo na sa kasip hopefully may kan quality te mo wewe sang kasalata may wakit kan te tita kan Magustuhan buat tanah Bali. Korea ismay railakan kapag alasawas pangkusun network.
Any IT here?
Dan tahu-tahulah ni arai semua. Okay, Korea, oye, kecuali Korea kira, pasti dulu kira kalau kantan pesan network, orang relakan mempunyai marketing bukat, tak kalau berbantu dengan uyang rai. O kasi dulu sawasakan ni relakan ni lokal lelang yang market bukat, kak anda pesan network. May ko ang pilsan-san makusanet utang sojoita may lupeng pil kasalitar ng kapan korusan wewe kime niya sawas bukach inenen sojoita o Dabang ko yung sak may mok check up kupala mata-mataukan tagkapalakan irawach uyang mo Chairman Pohnpei, the Manifestan, niya iropay Chun School kan, high school in Pohnpei kan, kasalita. At niya taropay may kontribuyer the Bachawaner sang Iowa, ang palimenta post-testo, may imsaklan data ko, may kakiti irokan. Of Legal Service, Ayon, pilmen kapatayang irokan magchentan eukubana na sangray na pulapulkan na yung high school students. Alangan. May erkapil kasalatar, titak me Yahweh when domestic violence. Remind me sansaler, mapit sa bayrar kan, nantonay nandiyan tasakan. Niya nabil kawewe wiyako, mapit na wiyako, nabil kumiyaw nantonay. Solar manan sawaski, mwanay gantola kawewe, tama ko sa net, domestic violence kawewe. Chayli chakiyar kawewe ko, ana yech. Yech kawewe sang Kosenedo. Oras ni namitan iralaw limaw, iralaw isu nan Koseneten tipen Pohnpei kan the criminal code, Pohnpei criminal code. Market ko karos we are marketing TV, the domestic violence. Niya market mag-checkan weaponized office karan legislature, they railaman makawat ako sa natin pilkabataya. Market po yang ati market kan na niya non-criminal code, yeyi market po matak wisituman walang kapong pentatak ako sa network. Niyan sa kuwacha and resansan na market po ang wiyang ran panay o choni kanta. Sa network sa job kap and apali korusya. Epitan chay ran panay o choni makan. Chay kan piltaula o piltawa wapisa chikan sa office. Isme panay o isme ya choni. O en bilsansan miya patantar silu, the defense silu, meniyan sa mokit pukach kan yawita, o aramas mo ya mokit pukach ka kasali yung walang kapong nikatete ne tarai, te tara manaramas, te bilwuya, uya gayo en kapong, te tanawi jonim, tanaynay, walang kapong tanala aleta, patantar puko aramasatan sudah kita awewe. Okay, so you guys can just read the slides. Okay, if you have any questions, please jot it down. At the end you can raise it, okay, because I have to present this in English so our mothers, our older, they can understand, okay? May ko may question ko purabet. Injuniti lokayakat ng Pohnpei po niyan siya tatak sa kintatawag ko lokayan why ari ita because of wala lang natin sa kung may pistawasto ari yet market kan the tita kantan iralaut limau and kusanetenti kwayo ye kamaramas murder nine ko market stilu meni mama sama chayo bit kamaramas at awak pasam jauh and kalababa awak pasam murder the kamaramas mo sena kan menuya kan plane Kekos-kosaneu ku kanila aramaso. Mo jauh-jauh. Manslaughter. Okay. Manslaughter agak wewe ti niyam tapoy pila manaramas. Aku. Okay. Negligent homicide. Medwel siya kamaramas, pwede ka so pauchi o kabisa ko wala. Itindrive wala siya ngay tawag niya manaramas, negligent homicide. Sampa kung sawas na etraki. Kalangan. Kidnapping magkakwewe. Barokati. Wata changati amaramas naman ni itit. Amoman pumunay po. Okay. Criminal coercion. Kata kayang aramas naman and wiyata tip. Neyan, nangko, neyan tay kayo masak na sambawas. Manta tay lupalap. Niyan sa mga kaya may lupwag do na manaramas. Lagay sang Salamat, talaga sangka, isang mo na yan. Assault and battery with a dangerous weapon at ang wewe kamasak, o te tatawag tup sa kabar. Assault and battery kak wewe te pasuklal. Right? Felonious assault, te pasuklal. Assault and battery, kamasa po te. Sexual assault, ang pelay, ako, sexual abuse, may ko ang right sarili, saritan, talangan sompa, indecent indecent exposure. I'm talking about my favorite movie here. Sorry. Indecent exposure, kasali talwarang na kayo putiki yan. O, tuksaw na ko, when niya yung kasalata mo sa mo, o, ya, criminal. Okay. Okay, sama-sama ko lang mo. Criminal libel. Motivation niya uya talika o manaramas ninja. Extortion. Ang sama ka uya mo kitiyo, tatatang kitipsaw yo o manaramas. Para masawan uya mea coach. Kuya kitipsawo ito na naranasan niya tati. Sangka po niya yung gachoma ang extortion. Wacha kapichi aramasan commit crime and niya tati. Reckless endangerment, wiya so pauchi may ala takapal na paparang aramasakan. Or reckless burning. So pauchi anisis. Sama mo ikaw mo yung Christian yung gagawin. Ori di pukach mesansalnan iralab limawan ko sa neto. Sang pukach mabawiyawi ang panay na Johnny Yawin apilyala TV case. Papuan domestic violence. Next one. Kalala ba go away. 8. Biya check lang na kung kasala sa liyak, biya kita na right button ta. Nice sa mga na i-right me anan joror te ne coach sa mo radicalya localização sa dileman. Amen. Kami kecil narita dimension. So try ko check ako yan. Indecent exposure mo. Ak may lakan na narain na niya may wewe, melang may teoya, may bansi batata ako sa network. Kaya kinampanay na email. Arwain, so, nain ko, niya sa maramang patuto niya sa legal service, sa bilobis shaken, HE service mo, niya katete ka na kasalita na ko ng case na uyawit so, frapan kung tapapungan tipen uyawit so, alangan. Amen. Why na i-native pachuan niyan sa paras kung boto rin rin sa masakan yung kasantiyo bang yaw isang rin na ko na ako na manya uya pachoro kaden manya niya uya pachoro ang saman market fight ang market hindi pukach mag-check ang uya litong ko sa network yan naman ang sarili ng kukontor katapon Raw sa chama-chama sa akin, sa ako ko alam polis. Yan naman. Pami. Ide ipachapachuan. niyaray patantar ko sutra pakin mata-mata niyaray. Wait, sila naman siya basta saya indecent exposure. Sangat deep na nasa niyan. Nakakuyang armas le ariyalis na sutraray pakin mata-mata niya, sutraray mata-mata. Song oras magawiya, etwecha, palababan kamtanan, etwecha, nagawiya, memarain ka. Wait lang, episode sa malas ng Facebook, niya na-commento ni, o post ng Facebook, police ko, Nicola investigate. It's siya chuan imulan Facebook, abisa mo, rawiyata, tip, utang, pala-pala, kanano po yung cry. Nawiya pa po, yaw. Okay, nag-check daw lang po. Miya na lang present mo rin na chuma yung waspan yata may isang right time. Okay, iralaw disu mga katinti, kuriyaw siya na niya. Picnic, picnic, siya na wewe ko kung may nawiyuya sa siya na bilchok, na government ng Chakata, edika kuya irayo ng tapos sa network. Dito nito siya niyang popot, akabil popot. Nain ko nakang popot, kasalanan po ito maysa. Ayaramen tap-tapali, trip-trip-del ko away. Awamata ko sa network. Tabil ko sa network team. Netaman nangwing konde iya tiya mumotso sangkaras popol aman. Kamay pag check oras wewe nelimbak bisorala kauno balev nakaklimbak kachay sasa may usaman version and limbak magchay kakong ari utang kamay tan niya ari may kamay mon amay tan walianta. Okay, karyawan Steve na incest ne imo naiko itantas na jamay man ne bacho yang ya language may attorney Benedict Robert o yi makawewe yang ya wewe incest sa kapung kamnat weban itanin tama pung tesabong kangen match Marco è stato nato, Glandi ha capito che Naiko, mana kapmada stato wala kapung state, mana kachampet, o kalangan pupo, pwede yeyi na kawewe tisam para sa makatinti po. Legal service, kapung po sa kanya. Kahit tenti. Wait, pronunciation.
Kailangan sa may pagkakaspasyensya may tuloy yung manuwa yung pasensya para sa sanpatu. Ito ang kawawa sa kong tatawang ko ba? Naglaw pa siya ang pabay sa kong tatawang kaya sa usmi tatawang palababong. Si Sosokin, kahit hindi siya kawawa na. Kaya makarasada sa mga incest. Pero kaya pabay mo na kong tatawang kaya, hindi kang kanangin match. Asal kamu je sekitar kangen mas. Dia bincang karasa benda jangan nasam. Ketik ne karasa bayi. Kakawawan lo kaya mobil. Kisah kawanan lo kaya wai. Cross lake sex. Kusoje ten lo kaya wai. Ketik ne. Sampai lo kaya buat. Sesuatu bisa punya muat ne. Cium muat. Perché aslen ape portanan komunku asa kita tahu bicara sebelum aja kau orang kriminal demi kita jangan iman ke sebelum aja tak mau dia tu dua aja ini mau orang pasal ni kan wiayang siapa Kunan elementin nan mesin kedua kan mana kesambal bagi elemen tiga tetapi we have been ajaib kayak yang memengaruhi bentuk sen IDCN dia harus jadi tetapi ikut kata kata sering media sering pokok tetapi kultural akhlak dia berapa kata rakta yang dikiri dan boleh incest yang mengenai ada di dalam ini macam sama-sama kau lagi Agak penuh ya, kontrak solusi ekonomi semua. आज की सवास आज की तदांग के डर लगाया कुछ मैं नहीं लगाया हुआ है मैं पंगे यो मैं चेहरे का तदांग करें दो चीज़ हम इडियम अब यह मुझे इस्लामी मुझे बनी यो में लेकिन लगाया मुझे मैं तदांग को है काम चेहरा तदांग में नहीं मोमेंट में ये बन के माला आसान बगी इंटरेस्ट आसान लोग बगी पेन में भी ना ये बन सब में चाहिए ऐसे करना
Baiko emphasized Mokosonet utan recognize a chaichia o na nabungi niya siya kapil first cousin na bobot ari i-label cousin na dami so na case catch kanta chuto ni office kanin sawas na Mokosonet utan ray lawyer kan pananane chaman Chia. Okay? Okay. Mango ang pasanat watch miya kay mo kadindip me pasanat kapach-pachaw mer tita kan nagchailap siya eukubana. Ari yetcha kay tip na kapach-pach mawutan kasanete I wakit na kalapuyawi nantungan panay kan o chamba sakan. Okay, itan pikawiwitan ni Pohnpei episcopal. Payo psychological harassment, intimidation, stalking, imo na erka kasalita ng kapanmintan kawewe. Wakit puko mo. Restriction or deprivation. Okay, psychological. Yet and MLSC kawe. Okay, psychological abuse. Makite makalapuyawi ng Johnny Mio, Tanay, Memilar ni Rai Kataryo. O iray lakan solar ka medalanger makit pukach solar ka kong iray wakit alar aray mata roson mau en talwa o aray kang karos awewe mo psychological wakit alar ine may neo karas ne yan. Sarwano, mucha pero bayan maranaso estelar Solar we mire we ni tani radio tenani mio chantasio me ran foros moket kan we ya me ya daily solar ka puya me coach mak child pen ni wai normal. Okay? For ya when moket me harassment upon litter kodrapa takamasak choni utanay niya so jamen muya. Okay? Basta you intimidation kun kamasak choni utanay. Nang ko mamiyaman kawiwe mo sa legal service melak may sawaskit stalking kun pakpaki ina chefra ko yung nayang match kun pakpaki wawai ni kanasa chonim tapi irailakan nawiyata na restrict kakoseti te irati aramasamani iti within o itoit the profession kawuti te irati warak and yang ragandai. Naiku may iye urate inda kak anane na pal kiskamala kung na wewe kicha na yang amay po. Watu kina esetong no may sermelaw tir na kakrabanta to aka kakrenta to pukamen nan wal ramporos aramen muyala man policemen eftik uyat na apnang kusalit mo aramaso sa chakak tatake pwede kusalit ta awatra iral na po te amay po umay po may nenpil sawasa aner tane kakaskasalitan kapan nelen kusalit mo siyang parusya ololi amoy ele pwede di makalap lokolok Irapkash, domestic violence is so synonymous with women's issue, but it's really everyone's issue and it's a human right issue. Okay. Yeah, kabachapachang market na kabachapachang marketing team pandemia na criminal code. Nasalamat. Next slide. Naiko yet she aramaskan natangka peltatang ko sa netwatch. Payo nanangkaye may pile urama ko sa netwatch ka nanane pile rop uwag tabla pwede consent age ko sa neten pilipil may nanyaya ranwatch. Payo and the adults or minors who are current or former spouse. Puedo kusanet consent age match 18, minor, wewe kirala kandamitan sambare sa palu. O consent age kasalar ka. Armay ko manumay sari kandamitan sambare sa palu. Yaramen rapopos, puwera ka piltibakita rape. Okay? Yes, I'm a nabang chiya, pwede siya kung may tata sarili ng ipo may nabilpa uwang ko sa net. Ari, amay po nas menta siya magmay to force 1,000 years ago, raka quite mild to kay kalokotan mokit kan nak child na. Okay. O paryaw iray na kan minan jonew o bilew kasampan nanaray ta rew nasamalar naroya jonew relationship na ko sa neta socio sansal aray Torren, may boyfriend, girlfriend, o yasa tanan mo ananay mo yun, there's no such thing, no relationship as boyfriend, girlfriend. You just naturally get married. But today we do. there are families na may tatali rice yan. Yanga rice friend kan niya rice so chopopo. Arumay ni wasa merakang tatangki pwena na sawas bangko sa network. Ita and we welcome merakang naranini yang right boyfriend, right girlfriend, rakak tatangki o natiltar, arrenta, reo na samalar, ranini bana, replikak tatangki. Natawli reo, rasular we family the household member. Away with pasang kwal. Okay. Pasilu iray nelaw na bulapun. Tandaan namin sa baray sa kwalo. Nauyayaw ka na ni ulang kasanita. Nagpuak-puak. Nakayiputiyang. Iputiyang na balay na yun. By blood. Chiapata, my Chivanita Chiapata. Or persons who have children in common. Namiyanong sariyang haramasa sa chana na popo. Okay? Yanong masarik mas chopopo. We're stalking you, harassing you. Kaptatok kama sa net. Oy right sir, chorus may iputiyang irailakan mag-chailam siya. Neo ko pa na kaptatok ko sa net watch. Okay? Any questions? Data? O inta mo rin presentation. Okay, katantar silu may kasaneta, may nasan saler, kayo, magatareis, go with self-defense. Nakatantaray yung agaw yata mo kito, kamatakilaman na ramas shoror, kashkante bata, namalang ka pong kamelele yung. Karyaw, magatareyaman na ramas, ang phone, kailangan kami pagnayan ng masaryo selama kultura nasa kawela defense of others. Kaptatongki. Pasidu. Next. Saisal mo ka nen tatantar ko. Welcome the nan malang kapung niyan sa mga kasali yang malang kapung katete yang malang kapung magawiya pupaw ko ito katara manaramas katagatari yun. Pagsojonan tata. O pasilu discipline. May discipline ka we achay ka now. Tanaw the school. Ang tono machay is Danay o John ni mga child kan. Apply ko ang sansal na siya utan kan recognize the accept someone we kan tanaw school mag-child ang yang John mga child ka child banay na may irawo dinepis Alfa waras ng katawa, membatantarwa, sa komento siya mo inach, siya na usang-sang way kan, na yailelan chancho when bombe siya asama tayo nan way wech. Nech chaitan taulangan upala kabanti nan konian somneban Ano kasamantan uyatan mo kutukas ang tanya kalakabanti at kalakabanti na tansan sa lang kumain language ang atsak mokit na kapatsa-patsa mokit nan kusanletanti na sansaler. Okay? Or may tansilang na kalakabukas narara may din natawa na yan Mokitin deep chow sa kamara na sabi. Poongan siya sa stalking, harassment, psychological abuse, mo ka na. Mokit na kapatsa-patsa ang DJ ka. Arinian so ka malang kabukan tiara tama aramas no yamo kuto. And asa ne yamo kuto and men yamo kuto. And sankan deep narara sang kabu misdemeanor kakwewegi deep narara na ko sansan de wewe sutra soliti tauli tare o sutra wine tauli chalake. Okay? Arinian so me aramas tang yatar makuto iwan nanaman nemyang sang kabu mo. Ekaki iwan salti sangrane ulenran silupuki rata panantare. Sutra tauli o ekaki iwan chalae ulen chalataba good sutra tauli o epilka kapachabana karos and pilsansal mango buildingan so wacha malangkamukak soy kalau bukat o kaya kamu saltin lebih main natil kalap penyawa ya. And pilsansal me utalis coba main lupa nadamu ewa kemudian nuyata kosan network nanta risu akasampal ta risu tama ng kosan network pwede kalau tangka baca ana ketahui nangai kuan me irailakan mamuya mo kedwach yen muya mo kedwach o tata tape mayawiyo merta risu ay bibleo. No, just kidding. Yan naman mo may de ischenta mo sansan na tarisu kasampal pamammo ketau yawinan tarisu kalau kaganti pilkal kalaunda ana tarisu apileu chap nakshay wewe kanar me adanti narara medan kuya kalau next. Mainan kayo kasamuan meseplata sawaskan medan kap alal sama ko sa network. Nain ko sangan nan walang kung sangan raban po de kung real media may kung deep o kung po. Pwede domestic violence sa kasampal tali real catch chorus kap tato kung sa victim and domestic violence. Or yechi process ng may kap tato kay pag may kap aliyeti sawas nan talien deep the kabungan deep. Kayo utana nane en sansalang chorus mesoche sawas tan yawi masocha report. Okay? Police to chawante ni chow chawai ream ting rop ting nyara rop kwen sawas ayu. Utan kama medan anane sawas o report ki. O en sansalang rail kan maganuya market watch phone call leo me anan powya pa man uya kami. Okay, call police uyata police kan uyata report kilang talian katip the office prosecutor's office for a 5 nan walang kapo pumalang kapo ngan kala kay aramaso and pitete yang kumain me kapo deep and case of Pohnpei State 9 Pohnpei State case mo kahit 9 victim mo Nelen makaban benefit sang nan keso peso ya government makan uya ako bil ko sampal na ko ya may sawas ne koyo uk mo potalian rabang pung so just sawas te iraitian sanatak miya ang talian kabungan po nila di makayo ko sampal protective orders the restraining order na sabing sawas ki mo Malanga pumpang ruas ayer irairti aramas no yama kuto solar kakan pajoto ni dan masanta doctor pilkalo solar kan contact the chuang la kaiso yung sakla okay mo kasampalang polis kan inadan pasampal pamilya niya sa palmang TRO the protective order niyan sa naranas sa mga protore the call siya magoya call police arrest police pan arrest okay ang nasota police tata uya right po ko makola mas uya rob seli okay ta police bilken rob len ta koy o sa chasawas ken may tetan tan right. Okay, next, you're recorded. Oh! I apologize. Pohnpei cannot live without the police. Why not besides? Please don't post this on YouTube. Okay. Yachi papumpum maybe kasanatar o mura tasawas hantalian pu ang pitata isais akapenta isais tuwecha na mokito kare tam sulata to sa kaula pala imo ni charge you $1,000 sang ko masabil kak sawas paper na ya mokito and final ar kapun pu legal service. Nalaman ko niya dati may devoltage po sa kaksawa sa may pungkan wala sang na legal service siya po sa net mesakak suik sawas na wewe iran mesakan tiarata mawiyamokit sabay right kach sa kaksawa sa iran. We will only help victims. We cannot help perpetrators. We have some perpetrators that came through. Upon some niyan sa masentiaratan marawiyamo kut sa bayrak fash. Sawas lobla. Alright. Pwede nasaban sa victims. Sangan violation da pungkan parusya sa suchukang pilata eukali sang eukali. Each of us in network or legal service, number 1 priority client, domestic violence, or right veterans, the Gralkan Met, South Land, Sunday. Ngayon po, na time sa kasalatawaj, Pohnpei Sciences, may touch pachuan, sabon na may tarabo na ayawan pachuan ta. Last question on post test, magmay ka kabachayang ya kapalakan sa direct kan nagkareta. Check diarata on domestic violence. Mentionan na ito sa sabon na may saritan, high school student in Pohnpei Point. Uy bildan katong kiyang ayawan, uy ral na chat yata ka school watch niya. Kiyang tabajuan ng legal service, chalan net. Basta ka school gate i-ride youth. Uy nasablata high school students. O Department of Health, FSM, nabilsawas kiyang MNFC 50,000, demanen. Basta bilka patoke lata to ako pwede no ang atay high school private kan niyan sa Department of Health sawas sa bikang dalang public school kan okay ari kalangan ng right o yechi okay rami right sa rikan kasaleta social challenges may nasabay kan ng kausanakan po yung chef, social challenge ni Pohnpei. TV is a private matter. Nayayang punga. Chinese siya na niyang litera. Pwede na punga na yung popot, na punga na yung iyong tanaynan. amoy wasam chay pananana believe pachakpan boya maye po. Inequality between genders is acceptable. That we will join China Pohnpei, China ja Pohnpei mediol work pasang. When more kake uyay ron mata na ekonong China Filinta ultra mempolanan wala yaremendi. When yaremene song, may tala. Ama naman ng pain, kuya tanay rin men kuya. Kumain ko ni Nelen, oh, I think my kids, if they hear this, I mean, you think my children will hear this? Because they will kill me. Actual Neriaman, Laude, Nagsang College. Niyan sa may yakalira, isyukin, pwede ko nili, ay tatak, kalilaw, nani, arira karas, uya talking di. Niyan sa may rakoerta puchako. Oh my gosh, she's gonna kill me. I'm sorry. Ay chumal puchako makalakal. Makalakal sang Sarabeno. 9 cook sang Sarabeno. O niya Rapachola College. Ine pa yung kakangki. Dani tatapiya. Pwede, niya ikaparta. Oh, mom and dad is gonna kill me too. Tabay nono, esang saler ay puko, esang saler Andrea Champo puko. Armain sang puko, nene la mom, apilakay ka, apilsuat. Pangay niya ikaparta, o pilalatiar puko awas, ni chapiyo, Panay kong congratulate me, ikanta awita reo. Why? Because I don't have the confidence. So chala mame li kakkaroon or kalangan pwede check ka. Why not? O check ka lihat na wewagi irakan of check ka sambalki. Omo intana niyayar makasaleta diyan sa mag-check naman ng domestic violence ay mabit ka naman ng pasyon ng data. O may pasyon data kung may data babay ng nagatan na look po sila i-kaswad pa domestic violence but ay din naranas ba yung mag-check sa o ipinsan mo and no dang pasangpan. This is so true. Perpetrators are loved by victims. They're the people you love the most. Magkakay yung kasampalki. Alile, pinta palela. Lack of resources. Check oras wewe ko kusunan so trita. Tipsaw kang so trita. Lupin pil kasaleta. Dame kapalakan may rifle uyan. Shelter, may right kalit nakikita sa Western Shelter. Socha Shelter on TV. Meron na niya human trafficking at TV Socha. Ooh, this is hard. Traditional practices. Chiyak. At may chakak no kapag chiyak. When meron na chiyak at pasansang wow. Oh wow, I don't think support the person in domestic violence. Legal challenges. Mine some peach kamo. At so charmo. Legal challenges, Nelen. Niyan sa mga victims kan pilkodo alas awas, pilkong pangkapan, lupay pilkakawewe, pwede ni victims in domestic violence, aralanan, wag sang medyakan. Remenen private, aniyan sa mga kasalewe tamarananen, remen kanaleta. Angay, ipataraw, iyapapari, aranas kitsa, riyag kusama lukin gowe. Pwede aray, anan pasampan ang melan MLFC niya sa mga dogwich aranas de sa sawas ng sa usay ta Pilipiti de Russia o sa usay o master show ya na ko may propose kila management My dear. No best practices in place for victims. Naito ang sablapa sa Amerika, niya wasamaranta one-stop shop. One-stop shop na sa paras na victima na walang kapunta, police, the social services, the public health services. Direct ni wasachalyo. When some victim of Angola, a song chorus and we are wasachayo len ni yumi. At height na, when the day of mine, nanta riyagat riyasa fair, office and legal service tayo na nafesan, face siya silu na robot, then lelotong office watch. Anala chay wewe kumet. Rob Yawi, Arman Nanli Siliman Point. What about Chaybanga? 1, 2, 3. Arman Red Utan Experience TV. 1, 2, 3. Arman. Ikamela na number loud. Rob in 2014. Arman Di Nanli Siliman Point na nafasan. Lelange Rirayan Domestic Violence. Robot kan Moket Kash Saika. Moini Karatakan na. Law is inadequate. Chay wewe such a shelter, o domestic violence, naiko, balila, trashumen, baksawas, pwede aramas no wiwiyay ray no na babali ray. Yamo ka na ikang kiyamay po ng jail, nani metotok, mga na isariko. Ikola jail, yamo much. Or may nisang ko makusan na tananin bil kachelat lang kwen sawas. O ang kumain na pulapulkan, high school students, look at me. This is the best our generation can do, but you can take it from here and make it better. And please, when you be in the position to make decisions, continue striving to eliminate, reduce first, and hopefully eliminate what? Domestic violence. Me qualified members of entities, Twakage, sana na nanti yung train when may yung alam ko sa network. Utang nila sa site ng tatang ko sa network. Pwede robot sa loud. Lack of human resources, my repetition, o shelters. Reminding the channel lang, may kapasyayan sa kulmamay, matatataw na ukare, kapalakan sa bayran sa nagchay, nagsitatang domestic violence. Naimer, yainet, ay tiyual o palangan ng kaporporos.
May bagitan siyempre, kachkiya ng MLST, may stanali, tanyet. Yung sa MLST, ayawan, yung napanalo po naman. Kailangan. Yung presentation in na lang kasang panong Chinese. Kailangan. Mimiya just snack, sin sak na chungan. Jaiba continue, so just break pwede puanta la mimiya. Amona Jaiba kachinanan and presentation area. Imen pagita, child waitan to school in Our Lady of Mercy Catholic High School kan. Ay so much. Mia sin presentation which maranan wiya ben patchiyang clearly. O even pagi P6AH, if you can zoom in on these messages, posters na. Wherever the right, me a message, may write and share. Students, if you can just line up here, come up, introduce yourself, introduce what your the mission is. You may have to speak one hold up, one speak Alright, then maybe describe yours and then yours. Or what?
Hello, I'm Magdima Ellie Rose Henry Leven, and this is my poster right here. As you can see, please hold it up. My poster is based around birds and bird hunters. So birds are commonly known to represent freedom, peace, love, and even more, they are known to represent a connection to God. Concerning gender-based violence, I use the relationship between birds and bird hunters to represent the relationship between abusers and victims. The girl right here, the orange, she's the victim. As you can see, there is an open door in the corner of the photo. That represents the hunter who is going to enter the room. The angel, or the bird, she has a choice whether or not to leave the situation, to fly out the window, or to stay. And in the white, you can see motivational messages. Thank you. Okay, so end gender-based violence. You can break free. You are not alone. We will overcome this together.
And to show everyone's appreciation to these students, wonderful message. There are certificates that are issued to these students, so the one that just finished. Aren't you all presenting? Well, let's do another one. Come. No, I think it's very important. Russ, if you would just give up a few more minutes. I know they're late, but this is probably more interesting than being in classroom.
My name is Sheridan Biltamot, and the theme for my poster is Human Rights Equal Gender Rights. So basically, my idea here was to show the fighting spirit of those who are fighting for their rights. They have signs here to show the fighting spirit. And this over here, the centerpiece, shows the unity between all of us as humans, even though we are different genders. And that's it. Thank you.
Next, Russ, I have a question. We've only seen 2, and I am super impressed. Can we use those posters as our campaign posters for domestic violence? And we are going to be asking, I guess, the students, the school, yes? So, those, if you agree, we're not going to change anything. Your name will be there. But for Pohnpei Women Council, your posters will become the poster message educational, one of our IEC, informational educational communication tools that we will use during our trainings, and I'm sure MLSC will agree to that as well. So that's huge, thank you. And I will also try to see what I can do for the FSM postal stamp. I know in the past, things like this, when it's so powerful, you're sending a message, it doesn't hurt to ask. So I will take that upon myself to ask the general manager of the National Post Office. So please make sure it does not, you don't bend it, don't mark it. So we want to see the rest. So who's next? Please come on.
President Michael, greetings to you all. My name is Sean Michael Edwin, a senior at Our Lady of Mercy Catholic High School, and this is my cousin, Divya Edwin, freshman at Our Lady of Mercy High School. Today, our posters, we chose to symbolize heroine. Heroine is a theme that caught our eyes. As we did further research, heroine is defined as women admired for her courage, outstanding achievements, or noble qualities. So what's better than representing heroine as a female superhero? A woman who represents courage, hard work, and beauty. A great representation for young girls in the FSM. The superhero is in the color blue, which symbolizes freedom, intuition, inspiration, confidence, loyalty, and etc. I also chose fun colors so that this art would be a fun artwork for all. My cousin's drawings was based off her perspective of heroines. In the center, it is the female gender symbol and the figure of a woman to show a clearer picture. Around the symbol are words written used to describe a heroine. Aligned with the words are visual of what a heroine can be based on the descriptive words. Thank you.
Once again, very impressive. We have another one? Come on. If you want. Well, never mind. But can I just show you a picture? Come. Okay. We're fine. Stand here. What's your name? Oku. Oku Clay. This is her picture. Okulani Clay. Beautiful name. It says we are all human. Yeah? And look at the drawing, the cartoon, the art. It's very impressive. You want to say something? No? Okay. Let's give her a big round of applause. Thank you. So yes, principal, sister, thank you so much for bringing them. We apologize for the delay. You know, we started late this morning. Some technical difficulty led us into, we started a few hours late. But please come on the 8th. If you want, we can, again, we'll give you room to present. This will be an even bigger crowd. This is a good opportunity. And so I'll work with the school to get you to sign off on the waiver. There's some forms that we need to sign off. Your name will remain, you own these photos. You're just giving us the authorization, the authority to use your poster. So we're gonna blow it up. So whenever we're going around with legal service and all these other groups doing domestic violence, educational awareness, The best thing about this is it is our own. We don't have to download anything from the internet. We have our own. And then the explanations, you're going to have to write it up so it's there too. Okay? This is a good remembrance of this year's accomplishment, International Women's Day. So we really, really, really thank you so much for sharing. You're wonderful artists. Thank you. Certificates.
Okay, thank you so much. So this is one of the moments you've been waiting for. Thank you so much for your patience. I know it's been going on since 2022. So this is the moment we've all been waiting for. So once I announce it, please come up here and raise your artwork proud and loud and receive your certificate. So we'll start with Mr. Hans Solomon. Is he present? Belma Bernard. Thank you. Give a hand, please, for our creator. Tanisha M. Sharma. And Nilo Paul. Okay, some people are not present. We'll hand it to their schools after it's all done. There's a Mr. Chris. May Justina Sol. Thank you. Please give a round of applause for each person. So when you come up, please, look over to the photographer. So please, when you come up, you bring your artwork and show it to the crowd because it's really beautiful and we want them to recognize your artwork. Robson Goku Allens. Yes, thank you. All good, thank you, that's wonderful. And Francesca Reyes? No? Kina Grace Altis? Crystal Bella? Very busy with studies also. Latoya Latora. Livia Edwin. Thank you for coming. Sean Michael Edwin. Sorry if I mispronounce your name. Damari E. Ringland. That's wonderful artwork. Thank you so much. Julianne Lionel Louis Ainoa. Did I say your name right? I feel like it. Destiny Rain Le Pen. Thank you. Matlima Ellie Rose Le Pen. Oh, thank you for coming back up. Sheridan Kiltama. Hokulani Christina Cliff. And Chris Maria Amor. Livinia Ladora. All right, well, that's what we have for today. Thank you so much. And again, we'll get in contact for all the efforts that you give. Thank you so much, Jake and Orlem.
I have to apologize. I was under the impression that it was only the Our Lady of Mercy Catholic High School that have the posters. I did not realize that you also. So, my apologies. I'm going to ask that the fixed students please come up, line up, and just show us all your posters. When I say that the posters will be used as our educational training material, that includes yours as well, okay? So please do not think that it was merely for the Our Lady of Mercy Catholic High School. I did not realize that this is a joint project by the school, so my apologies to you. But please come up, we love your posters. Just the pics, since we have the SCCA, please come up, just hold your poster for the camera so that the PCCH can take a good shot at it, okay? So come up, hold the posters if you have, for the PIC students. Oh, you don't? Okay. I thought, yes. Mia, come up. If you have, it's okay. If you have or not, just come up and let's take your pictures. Please. Yeah, China wala ko niya. Ay nagtapo somewhere. Yakin na Our Lady of Mercy Catholic High School. Please hold up your posters. Come up, all the students, yeah. The ones with the posters in the front, those without on the side. Thank you. My apologies.
There wasn't any STA. Our Lady
Okay, so once again, kailangan ng Joy School ko. Please, like I said, we want your picture posters. Don't fold them because we'll let the artists take a good shot. Thank you. All right. We have two presentations. Safe space, building community with Evo systems in Ibenverita. Humbly request. Presentation, Jerry Yaldu. Kajay Kananganayan, Kachkiyan Ray, ISO. Kajay Quantin Jet, the Mensago, Ikarabin, Jay worked in the Kumawat. Upcheck lang tayo, side then duwagan po. Jay, wait then, who's going first? Lulu, you or Ayuan? You. Anak. For the MCT TNC, sorry, I kept saying Ayuan. You come. You come. We promise we will stay and we will be very engaged. So. And health. Oh, health was supposed to be first. Okay. So, Dr. Lulu, health. So, we're jumping all over the agenda here. Open natin some typical Who's flash drive?
Let's go one by one.
Kailangan ng Pohnpei, kailangan ng chorus. Ikamilala ng niyaya pag kilogay tayo pwede sapol na dyan nga sa nagrango sa kabaran interesting o school mo ay kamilala mag-check chorus mamaw siya. After niyan tawo siya, inagakita sinactivity kasi Mowa ay cuma sekarang wa bang kurang kayu sama saya coach. Wa nagkita ay cuma sekarang wa untuk loop thing lang so the president ng gobyerno council. So kung nabalagan mo ito no president kuinakan o chay korupsyon neden pinuwa na video school mayang cewa school ran mo chian so na no kano sabi kan catch pa na kami lemon tatok laut poi dalaut kanya ari puente karrelan so ay cuma sekarang wawan korupsyon ito ko korupsyon ang message ko chuan ay cuma lahat Lululing Santos ngayon makita na ikak present kasalata mon TNC L working Eichmann presentation that dami kang kachuan run watch wakija yang wale tadok nasan kan nuwiyawi samtaman sama foto ari chalengkap atis Isana mauta anga ikak kita sinactivity yang chay korasan gachta tagachota what and chay na stretch what kumurin sa wasak chay na kama kita tanan kokon koros tanpa kita ren perno wait pernos lang niya Ana wow. Moin stretch minijeo. Song stretch chorus na kumain ya. Moin mawiya. Men Riau Silu Tayo Denau Mawar. Chorus na mau. Etis perita. May racing kupuray kan pinomay kacho namay. I one presentation that kasalatan language ni bajon white. Iban bajo ni Pohnpei and Sansan. Ang niya kalalagap ipinmen kita. Ang tawo siya na akak awiyok sa leo pa na ni Imun presentation. Ikaw na ba tayo sa mga ko siya pwede ansaw iban o dasyo taw lang ng presentation. Mawa imenyak sinsay watch. Nas miya niyaman desarabay man sambar silisa kayo at when mga check yung lulu.
Ari Lulu, Popot, Hachmal Seri Sidman, Abot Kintatok, Ai Yesterdatok. Ari Eupong, Abot Prasang Tatok, Inella Sarang Pohnpei. Oh my gosh, kupura ko na. So wajan wasakay, Jailen Eupana. Anjulu pot inella sakau, Prasang sakau, Lenim, Lulu Patpatiti, Savinja Pupun Sauchu, Ari. Mogat Satai Rair, Nipacho wow, Mia. Bacho Nangai, Lulu Kamakampos, the Jomongan Sauchu. I got the rock piach one seri, about Pralas Jomongan Rikamaka. Nan Sapuna Chay Mansan Samlan Sambo Bodo Len Match. Nian Somachekos Kusaya. Mokat Sabay Rair there. Punga naman manli. Mokat Sabay Rair nan pungan Pobot Panay domestic violence. Pil Lela someone violence Nirai Gata Nibi sexual assault happen. Af Nelen Mokat Sabay Rair Li Kananaki. Karapan utan melen mokat sabay rar kuya all li koros pueki rog nan riyokit isok tayo kasaleta mel ama naman li sangnan li silimang koros na napasampon kun anaki te kajawan mokat sabay rar imak chay focus te chay kun Kosoyacha, Mogat Sabay Lali Gananaki. Ari. Tami Banut Kosoyamech, Mia Oraman met Mia Wasa yo. Naliakan magnanane agis kamlanti sang mokit koy na mau na suwad na sabay tabi. Kamatap kabarana paiba. Mia Samuwasayo Mimi ng Pohnpei, tanda ng kolonya. Mimi, kwa Mia Wasandiyaman, Tebitsariman, Oramantay, Olaman, Kapsatulaya, Kuenka, Kasalatak, Naweweki, Mimi, o Moisang Te, Koisang Mokatsagay Rairin nan Achual Niu, Achual Panay, Tebel Community, nan Kausan yo. Ari, Imen Kalalaka, sa unang ramanage te, wasa isnakap sa waskita o sa wasaya, tanga magchayla na sa mga wasakach. Socha, kasabang na sabong. Sangaros mau, sangaros kung pwede chay, uye, chay panatatak, o chay nananchiyang, chay den uyata sa mawasa, kuengkak sabis yang iragay nagan experience nagan lelang ng kawalan sa baybay. Ari, ikak pakita rin naman ang chapita, mindichriyaw chay man nasan ko. Eh, isang papo. Imo auraman no, auraman no, niya sa mumasa. Ari imen kalalagak siya rechay language. Ariyaw ramano nintuan songo ko nga kasaya nga sa ni Bajawan. Ananan songon material karos na nininanewing. Nawawa bebesh, pasawan ti kamal tal songo. So ang basic necessity karos yan. Mia yung song 8. Kalangan, aramas, saman, nagkak, sawasa, irailangan no kinanana sawasan latmataw. Ani kikawalan latmataw. Niya, liyaman biglang, linan, lakan. Wasa kasampuan, open. Counselor. Anybody else? Security. Anybody else? Anak ka-school. Ka-schoolin ta. Wow, Chayvan, uti ni ka-school, ako san-san. Basic necessities, experts, counseling, education, awareness, ari. When san-san, I chungol pukota to, iwiya as a country focal officer on SPC, the Pacific Community. I chungol puko specifically on elimination of violence against women and girls. Ari, iyang program yung nan sa Pohnpei Chenta, Australia Safe Space, Australian Embassy. Ito daw SPC, ni SPC awya the Pacific Community. Pacific Community awya key implementing partner ang Australian Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. Pwede aray na nanjiyang yang chowyang sa muntadak magan kapayatate poitan chayli. Aray sang ni funding dunia nan barbay sa malaro sambarya sa malaro uyak sindadang kisne uyarobro ang dame ananaga ang wasa safe space. Ari safe space niya uyarobro since research study umiya niya nasa ni Bajawan. Isang ata safe space. For safe space, sa Jumagan, where we're going. Pohnpei Family Support Center. Oraman Yomich, asay kuyawi, ang sansay siya miya sa mga oraman ko ang kakapali, namasan sa kuyawi man sa mga kukutulan mo sa Ari, karapan, orang manage iputi. Pwede Pohnpei State das domestic violence law te piniya momon mokitin te tatak pagchaylang kak sawasa to support victims or survivors ay nakareta sa orang manage iputi. Binyan sa watcha, government o kausanakan, Pohnpei Unang Council, tani sarawi koy, binyan sa watcha youth, iray, koros chingolin sa mga orang manage. Me, mauki wasayo ko yung kakuya wasang ka school, tuwa sayo kung kakuya wasang kasalato. Pinyan sa wocha, amia support the funding sa Australian Embassy, ime ora manage sa nananjiyang kung kakuita. Arwen Sansacha, a safe space where we give wasayo me li tesarabain kap bacholaya kwen salatak niya kawawayer ni kawan. Lupain nga sani earlier today, telling kawan me miya sawasagan perpetrators. Te irailakan na kun uyata mo kutin sa bayray. Miya wasay ray kun bacholaya. Iray kun bachola ng jail. Miya mga naman sang sawas sauchik wasan tutu apol baray miya sangren government. Ud kasaulang victims de tiyakan sarikan magan cingalen ki mogat sa bayrakat so apol baray sang ni wasang kausan sang ni sawasaban counseling nagchay ko sa yayar ng kawan sang ni basic necessities. Hari oraman which kosaya ayang chowyang nan sustainable development goal number 5 na erka kosaya wiya someone market me China Pohnpei Sustainable Development Goals kwen ka kawewa uya commitment koi de ino koi magchild episem uyata ban manen United Nations o webi a child ino biyar magchild banyang chowyong nan someone commitment ka ay magareta song noraman ka bin niya binyan sa wocha niyan sa me Iwa project de tama erika i MLST kosaya song paros me kecil kenco kebanyak saya kumia datang ke Pohnpei Women Council niai kamelele irai sosa UN office irai pil kota ki child protection policy dengan sango irong kawewe kau nak main biaya ayat de balasa mayo ak cai robot keranaj hari hutan euya auraman kau ak kalangan itu kau pun sabun mau nasan de baca pun auraman namanya audam yang makan kapuyau kau ngap koita. So what is the Family Support Center? What can this place do? Kakuya wasan kobanacha network socialize. Kakuya wasan kobanacha kaskasay. Kakuya wasan kan kolacha aleti sangan support sangren amanli tabil sangren aman some expert that saman niyan sa wacha relevant skills misangan natete ape farming ape kaskulin sang jojo, kaskulin gender empowerment, kaskulin individual rights, sang oras kakuyaw. Binyan sa wacha, sa salang malupin mamasa ni one-stop shop, de tanali a one-stop shop, uya wasayo makaban. Kola, niya wasan medical right sa wasay kami. Niyawasan legal advice, right? Also sa kami. Niyawasan usang the education and awareness. Ako ba mincha wasao. Safe space the family support center miya oramanin sa watch referral network. That referral mechanism where miya saman the song the document magambasbasya ni family support center ro. Miya sa media magambasyola o iray ka na layer training o iray ka na sa identify that iray ka na sa kalangatan sa manananda lima na siya namin na liyaman para lang echan liyab sa wasaban dito dan kawai ti awasaka kolea nadia manta pangataro ko sa netierme en lele ko mo ko kung vote te lele ko police pwede sansal sa masa ni ngawan bilan so yung liyaman lamatar lele ko mo ko kung lele ko police te will call 911 asolar ka kosan asolar ka truck case Ari family support center awya song tadak pares ap diyan sa wocha pin oraman cha mania ari ai buko nan ansa watch puyen bilale di song matmataw the idea net tangkak sawas o engkak poita opening the Kawata EO Family Support Center. Nanoraman Esaik Kanuya Wasang Counseling Center. Pwede auraman yo putang long-term goals aban Moinuya EO Counseling Center. Pwede sa wocha pwede sa ikin samante expert actually sa kak politi liyaman me anane poiti pwede instrument purala kapinyo wanantaw yo purala te polaren benedete tagswasa choro pinyan sa wo esejo ya wasayo megarr pwede abang ya wasan ka school to wasan sawas kay devin safe shelter the shelter home medical Ari puan kabareda siya rob na itiyarasang nangkar siya yung barrio sa Malaro na uyawiya saan koy na sansaler o enbit sansan na research the study may uya ilel ren government officials ilel ren puinin sarawi miya may will interviewee ilel ren puinin li ilel ren legislature ilel ren youth arsang koy na diarokta na sansaler gawin Korusyan agree na Mia Ananaban EO Family Support Center. Did Mia na Palilaut agree that kung kita no dani Anana miniwasayo magansanta los children. Yan sa wocha udana nane some kind of emotional healing. Some so and Mia. Yeah. More education and awareness on mokit sabay right tapos mokit sabay right yamumunay kan sawasa yamumunay kan kasore yamumunay kan apali niyan sa wocha anane accessible ang me likoila o mebin anki sabonan ki pat chualen kianan choror Anane and Mia referral pathway. Anane and Mia partnership on service chikan. No, we work with police, migration legal services, Pohnpei Women Council, health department, education, wasakaros. Niyan sa wocha pangluya wasayo me. Kuchai li tampukata akoy li kuchai empower Israel porangkap poita. Biluya wasayo me kaskulin individual rights adang ya wasayo me udan saman pananane and Mia adang ya wasayo me korusyan kawewe kipokaite kin China nanjiyang kawit pasang popo ap China nanjiyang and provide different interventions and activities kuengkak sawas, kuengkak poita. Ari, ini bacawan ng kawan, aura manage, Mia long-term goals, tadame check ko lang Iroir kay Kevin Iray. Iroir Imo, and then expand to counseling, possibly safe shelter, Moin Binian sa Wocha, Song Service Chigan. Eka yala one-stop shop. Ari Sansaler, way forward, the next steps, Ina Chegos Kosaya. Identify a suitable place, Wasamagang Mount, Wasamagak Service Young Bombay Pond, Nian sa Wocha, Madamatawin Service Young Tepen Bill, Aban Oraman and Tiarata Moni Kwengak Awali Oraman, Nian sa Wocha partnership. Nanay Chingon Kwatatak, Iewang Social Affairs, Pinian sa Wocha Health, Police, IOM, UN offices, the Samosong Nanchiyong Yata Referral Network, Yo Te. Puinin Tatak, Yo Task Force Working Group, Yo What Chailang Kak Chavita to establish this referral network partnership. Open yan sa Wocha, ang Karusyan, Armenian from the Human Council, even traditional leaders, government, of course, our church leaders, our youth, senior citizens, the disability community. Karusyan, makakchawyang, imakayo kasampan, Karusyan, makan benefit, tebanyang, tayo service catch. Yaimet, may bajo bang por Ranwatch, way kasaleta, what a family support center is, o yamuman sa pormasyad daw kaban daw way sandwich cola ay sangko. Kailangan ng kaway sa Salar memanyang kaway ay
I don't know, but there is something that not it. Complete near Pohnpei. Without that digital. Nanti kau udah bikin sokoto itu soka beda. Sokoto amet one day soka beda. Tidak ada day. Ada tidak doyar kami. Polis kawan yang berbukan hal. Jadi saya kan. Jadi saya ini kawan hal. Kemudian kalau kawan apa ini? Sini dokter korang mereka ada ni kawan apa ini? Besar kami korang uran.
Dan ansawat Moinan Santa pun cuma lagi awan poilau dan sound kan.
Even Pohnpei dan ini kadang kotak kita. Perusahaan itu kan sokoto itu kaota. Akan every day itu kaota.
When pisap sa iramen na dan Minya Family Support Center na dan kopota Minya wasayong na chay bang katang kite ora manage bang koita Sama-sama activity maban empower economically where we so an activity me about school ke book chayong wiyata money and tirsang one niya chayong kakta daw diapil niyan sa wacha Price Control Commission puino magchayban kalaleki boy nauten tipso He was fundraising at this conference when Kap Della was here, right? Kung Luping, yes, Luping. Hey. Yes, kan, wait down Luping.
Kailangan natin ba? Kailangan ng Chief Justice. At the Janus show dahil sa safe space, pwede irawo parata ay pwede ilaleti, menala ko na. Pohnpei State kawata pinyo, miya commission yung madam ka tansi Price Control Commission. I-write po kapag miya complained na miya lamlamag business yung yung wag-wakit po yung na-right tip sa ordinance tawakan. Pwede miya ko sa right 0.1% in tax yung. Pero kung tayo wag, pwede sa na-right. Ari ikamera na lewiyawin na nai so COVID to pwede wala pwede enda way July job rice is all kan miya growing me miya business mo pagkata pwede na right tip so kan so tsaka po yawi sa mga buong ko sa ari you know what well and we accept sa mga jay ay nanggalaliti and we accept recommendation but some ni yung International Women's Day ng Taro jay yung concern ng jay na Ibang trabaho tayo kasama ni Dablong na nagkujayin po na ito kay business ka na Pohnpei and ka pero bukit kaskasaw po yun arrive sa uwan kailangan then irong asang Georgia masuda actually kailangan din i-franchise yung kapi mo SPC kasalata rin kasalit Yet moment, we real mistake. Aya po ng health to, is ba ang percentile health? Imen ba kita? Actually, bak mo ito MCT o TNC? Friendship. Yet moment. Dapat yung child nirala so dapat ani niwaluwo may pagpatunan program. Sabang kiyang may when time pun magmailanane. And yang we have kisen presentation opening ceremony. Where itino para natin tagwa chepit COVID. Ete icheche cheche. And kap may yung where kami nalagarano niram na Pohnpei pun pinyang kachpen. Ariyak chay mo ite MCT aray ranso. All project you and presentation in MCT, even pagkita kachay puina ka, naglaw kachay kach po. EJ Priyamay Gilad, Pantalan, we apologize for the delay. It was beyond our control. Mia Someone project, kapay kay mepaliwat min eugyan kachay puina hindi. Every Ivan Moitem fan, Hiray Magan, William, MCT, TNC, and so said. Project kasadan kay, med Iray, and then sawas miye apiraymen eugiyam child nilati o many queen na many ang chamiyata pilot project Every and duluwa oramanio. And puino miye on a bata is the naniya. Every example niyan so magtry sign up me utan example try din kanagaya project. Kahit ranet ngay chapiata o nanduwa be waipa. Ayun example try niya kan so magtry naleta project ka. Try din tam kanagaya o utan mau puita tulu. Pasawan sawas pukat niya bang prem para tamur kakay pukat arabanga kalelele. Pohnpei Women Council, we knew Mesagang kalelele. Niyan so paragan aleti project pukat utan rabanga na kwacho o kanakela. Ariyain pinimen rabi ramoita pe nakapukat rabi Right, they introduced introduce the project, and then we'll raise our hands on who will be awarded.
Kailangan Pohnpei. Kasalalia main ko Moa ay bacang muawakan menciangat moi wangi labalap koras pi tabo yusi wagi amar benmuetangi jajan sur bacang mumai o wangi kejaya koras nakash lebaco wasaj isalo ya tu Kumai kajung kupraya ibang baconi mangai kuyangak salata project yung samen bachkitong chay ranach project wach inanang kasambalang chay project chaptanan yak na 2020 sabimen Wadong kecai lian Pohnpei buat sekamela na udanan sawas okak sawasa tak ajai wasan ko dengan koras. Dan kupur ma lang mana isalo isala introduce ye ibisala introduce mereka. They found that I last name Warren. Ingay me uya have the project coordinator on project H, Pohnpei State. Iwalyanto MCT o TNC I count Tamara sang MCT o Elizabeth Church sang TNC o Bilaman Yangas sang Rare Yay Malin Igish me bansawas na o sawasa kapayata project nan Pohnpei And then project building community and ecosystem resilience through gender-focused and nature-based solutions. When project song-songan kawawagay sa alati pa sa masagoyak, ariwan na salak sa waski nila kayang Pohnpei sa kawawa mamangay. Kawatak wasang koso no wasang niyas mo. Eu me bosan dasang punggara o ya benawal konen me chapsang kubur mam soja bosan chapsang kabugkan project partner on NCT TNC over me partner on billion project bang chaptanan April o imulanan August 2024, project USAID na fund. So as a kita fund tong project. Klen na sansal powach menyak yenyak kay match lima kay yenan way Li message the top. Israel ka message kita project. Eri, pagi puita kan menyeyer nanya. Liamen met Chepita project which the Wasabian TNC or MCT song Sawasta Sakakuya. The song training task Takan Mr. Kakuya when Kak Awalila project. Golden project to improve community and ecosystem resilience through integrated gender-sensitive approach to land and fisheries management through nature-based solutions to climate change. Sa nature-based solution kumail ka wiya mechka masansan pwede yan sawa emenamen na purala ni ora bakita when bullet point sketch abita matakata kaya home garden karya composting tree planting erosion community garden community nursery water access or quality training and workshop engaging youth trial victories. Jojosa when mesanzal nan slide emenamen kichay where here someone issue kan na chay community kanari issue me miye kungak miye sawas kay me sagak pil rabakita we en sawasera kay valiant and rare or gamitan malin and pisja kawawata aray valiant. Kasi nilimain ko, kalangan fan. Mulai panjang baca, tapi ko na medal yan siyang kaya cuma sakaratan wow. Ako yang so open sa kaya, ay ban baca macam sakaratan wow kan me siyang kaya, want to medal sama cahaya coach. Kaya ko puro solap me kaya pebol, amin naman kecil malah tak baca penaran watch. Wangki lupin o labalapakan chorus o wangki medal chay chorus no yagi eo open coach o lalator nanang sawach. Mga kaching kupura ko ibilpan songon kantala kachul mga ipuen kak sayang salo imebil mga yamya. Ay chungalat malim Pablo Alphonse iuya program associate on rare on non project watch. O ikim gogosan wala nanuin kichi. Filmen kacang aja kan dalam kapasang project o kapasa iraliyaw me pilyang wiyay ng project watch. Kaya balikan rare MCT TNC menen eukiyang John gosan apa yung project siya tok-tok pinili ya melat kecil pinili. Uyapan ka school kayo enyoralat. Kayo uyapan ka school in campaign. So ang uyapan tatong kan ba check up kuya. When kak yang sawas ang tatong kan memiyaya ang abalban one kabulong kan of melal paliaset. O menway kin dragon bachawan behavior adoption campaign. Uyapan campaign bukas men and subject. Ari may saman kan pan lalator Rachel Poranga kuya ka school bukas. Koryaw Mesen Self-Wedge Savings Club pada bukas pilmanew kiyang melal pinili uyaban kanakit money uyaban kanakit watch arrasong queen kanakin kanakit nan pangkan ako ang batch tama wagila pain queen mabampe na pali sabol maray daray chuan kanapit. Aristiban said irachigin ya bata ta watch but ibil sagin chowa wagila nipsechki boya pambilya ala ka school ka so me bandeleto. Ab tame ya kasong wadki and so mom
Kotong kecai puinin li, pokcai nangkak yang bacang sangan pas school buka, ni soi sais, o bilban melen nyayang kamelele ban mawong amena mandi melen ang sawa palta ang sawa suca kasuk tokan, anggap mangai kenggap angawicha wal. Tama sa insal pewaj, kilala kasaleta uya benda takin savings club. Uya benda takos uya nan way out sangan Philippines, Indonesia, Mozambique, way out kaya rupay damya. Nang savings club lima bukima uya ma kokotar o labalang pay damya nan kosan kan. Irain masjid takon wine melon mamamaud ki lablaut sangan light Dapat machuan apa, Rainan kabungu ya ban, tatakan aban mo apa, asawa say rice in banana chikich. Ay mo nada bali ugas meneo kiyang way Pohnpei, pagchelan ka kiyang payaki uya ban tatako maye ya kono chelan yang pukata. Ay niya lalap, irariyang may kakanyang bachkiyang Fandela, Ogishkan Goris Nowalyanto, office in MCT, TNC, or Rare, Posenka Kuya, Papasan Project Watch. Ay, Joe, slide Eucha, Lua. Fandela sa Everna, Bamia, Queen Indio, Inangiyang Pachong, Project Watch. Nisangan kabaikan, sangan porangkak pencaw, sangan kabaikan meran watong kecai, aran kak watong Pohnpei Women Council, mon mas riyaisa. Terabil kak watong cha office TNC, tabil MCT. Ay cha kalangan na masuk kalalabak, kalangan ng pupur paras. Kak mapilranas minyoyer ng pachang kakaya kilalati at ang grupo kubur pa imo ang sawach one sawas mamiya one group meral pangkakapani ke project watch group ASAP.
Raise your hand. Real Madrid. Bakers yung group Real Madrid. Kung maramay sa pagdating nila. Wala pa pagdating.
Ma paano alabo ng group ASAP naman Pachang asa Waitang Pohnpei Women Council and kak pilata pagi rain na waki yabukokan o isli mapwa agasampalan kak group na ban kamit and yang Pachang kuya benda tao ko cha Pohnpei Women Council mabakayong waki
Kailangan kasalatay nila isa-isa mo sa TNC, MCT. When kasambad with registration. When it's always ours, maging at the word when you register, when ang amount priority mountain patrol na rin. May patrol 1,000, menlaw tayo na nandiyan, mayay tayo na sign up, ang tayo nandiyan mo kausap. Yaman, sabi yata language, o nakap kaniya project ko uti. Pues someone pilot, rakaman di pilot project, mamubi ramang so ata maya mo. Tinanong niya with retay. Every someone ka school bukat, sawas bukat, maging wiyawi. O maman ka tiya rakita nagtry din mo, ikaw na lang Pohnpei Women Council utan mo. Mia juga sawas megang kajoto work. Also megang mia abaliga TNC MCD kan udan men operator project bukan. Juga ini. Ani also magcaigan kasapungena may ban sign up on project mo working ikisame Queen Jacob. The one they Queen. Ite sujuk awin sa project ko, ang isang tawin Queen yung makakadya dautan na nanano kakadya complete. Area may sign up, we're in workshop it, belaw siya sign up match gan katuwanan MCT o sign up at wiyawi o Queen as a where young Queen in MCT. Beta ko na Queen Riyaw ka patch penet ka. Tuwa siya Queen Loud ka. Diyan natin, may register under one group. Diyan natin yung Betalani yung kichi patch penet ka kuya iyo. Tuwa siya Mercedes. Queen siya kuchun ka, men patch penet o kuya iyo, kwen bigak kwenta nga, pide kuya ka mo. May sign up, ang China kinang yawan. China kachkiya, we need help there. Tapos MCT. Help? Wyman present? Wyman na picture na. I promise you, I'll give you the time on Wednesday. Kakaroon o anak, okay. So thank you. If
you're happy and you know, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know, clap your hands.
Dahil sa mga chay. Okay, you. Lakap chay bang formal pwede ramen Erikangong o Parusian. Kajailan nanchiyan kachayang usus. Asong yung mayman pajowan, pamilya na paytang ki, Pohnpei Women Council is magchayang support. And kak sensan, Pohnpei Women Council, kuyang organization yung may independent. O kajailan nanchiyan promote kung darakin aramas. O di, wala ka pinag. Erpeta ko, nanya ko yung chaylan. Is candidate mag-chaylan support. Chay suka, kasaleta chay lugar. Nan, chayin pasakan, wasa chayikan, chayna campaign is. Ani sawin forum tuwajan net, nilajkal tuwajan net. Isu suka, campaign ki. MN candidate. Mapadug next nano. Area image may medyo one point kak sensan non record. Pamilya medyo wato mebitang ni. Isme may mo na kacay ka sign up sa kan nai kacay mo ngai ka sa mo meso. May naman mo ang Pohnpei Women Council. Chay independent o chay susuka kasaleta bukan kalangan na help chay wala ko na wilya ka na
Ajgal wow kapacapet wong ke kauno manja korus o iba cewan korus pingerana ma project simbol disebut chay ya sprayer Parian semua, iba sa title ki ya invitation program, poeki samni COVID-19 we have post-COVID-19 immunization se kan-kanake masakan pun ada kanake na talking sila sa immunization o serikan kanake na araito pwede ng pasangpan ako masa dito kay ban Georgia memekila COVID-19 o so marchekan nanay jingal presentation na misalnya salang chile ina kang program immunization Spencer Tonre ngay may ban present ay panagis kapachaya tango kan masaruya murin COVID-19 agis malaylay Iban I like agis tango me sawiwiyat ang sawat murin at mira COVID-19 me lap so mau ki Georgia so mau ta malawlaw me yakila sujetuja amarpa o kan taga jaykan number 1 imo se kan kanake scale pack tango kan me sa uyanan TNT centers test and treat centers ko mese apadi yang way pokon nan fix upon nangas so what kilang na school nan not school na public health CHC dispensary koros outer island or private cleaners o irailkan maging say lalagikan sa binuya siya kasaon swab ang clearance PCR testing ang irailkan masay lalagikan at melen ang China, Korea, Nauru, Kiribati o wasakan me FSM ilakigin health maranane Airai kan say lokoto sang dikiyoko may ko chainen mangi me kapapatcha COVID-19 menta cha nabi sorala ap chay pananada kapari ngichay po banto mata mapan change trend te maso pan bukita klap mele ren irai kan me suchetong silasikan Ricareta, repananana, canatela, raito, kinsilasit, riau, o eu puster. Moana rai baleleto. Samsung pong wano, o talalen lama. Ang sawat chay pananane, treat ki COVID-19. o kisan flu chay chay banta me flu me ka ki waksan flu chay ka ki ya ban kin mokit seli ya chay chay ban kap turit ki me flu kap yo ma aramasoban anan kana kera to pon abang ka kitan me flu ka po ma ban chukana kena it's not a flu ka. Bangka karyang aramaso mena chronic illness nimere o bangka yata strain na bangka tapos tanang kaluran aramas arip kataw ang iray na siya itong isilasin ko. Ibin mewawo yung kachay murang COVID-19 alaker. So may ko'y piparparata. May mancang pinlalawt na. Or mancang nilalawt na surveillance team ng health services o epinet team. Propan selita me karita mancang watch or abanewang puinin EPA apa mancang kin kosan pilo mo rabane wang EPA o puinin food security perangkat rapanta tama lo tama jamwa. Kuyang kapila ewang chai flu vaccination kokota yang aki routine vaccination ka. Imen ibantaw na ang ni last na ibulet may ikaskasala met yay school pandemic project may bibiresh ng public health may Department of FSM eukiyang kich. School pandemic ewang school ka ng Pohnpei pon. Ang may benches of ngala Department of Education is one of this school pandemic staff may distributed so many tansong tutorial yung school po kakapadi school prevention of COVID-19. Isang tutorial distributed there may yung aking pisir rapid yung po pinmen school o pinmaw and nagpatawan niya. May naman yung kota ko namin in case of COVID-19 para tayo kami sumaw and ready. Sabi continue siya, may kay kumay iray ko may socha COVID-19. Aran lupos po sa kaklenan ng way ko yaka school or routine vaccination na sa uyaka po yung kayo po sa buwan ng bukaj. So, siya yung nag-isang nakan, nag-chaytang ka, isa na mga kuyot, today, so siya liya kitiyan. So, mga may iwan highlight ka, episodic pan, talking slasin, kaunin, talking slasin lang, bangkak, share, child mood, pwede mag-child nuralar, ay may share siya highlights ka. Kaya ito tulang sa chikpa po, pamilapis take time. Ang niya, sabi mo may kailang mo at kalalapak at payta, ay sa umahaw. Bien besay ka na kailan to discussing COVID-19. May kubur mararata o bachelor public health niya din niyalem ang tukwach. Flu shot. Niya may ka na kailan flu shot ng barrage. Pagkat para sa Bola. Soja, may kupurok, para siya wawag soja intervention damage, apo yaki kaspulaw yung software. Ayaw ng kapatayang ang pinili. Imentak ngay iwalyante chief of public health ako gigil yaman asa imentak pakija sabon mamay chuch ang kalautlan routine vaccination mo yawran sa chanjan nagsang MMR campaign phase 1 o 2 episode noon Georgia at chungalarangas ke Samsung Barrel, Lesilu. Mets, may no na papasok dyan noon, wewe, te. Raka, ngaletok, sutaan sa chiba, chiwana. Ime sabi, kawaway tinray, me. Kahit agong COVID doon, na, asta, mom, or falamas din na nandiyan. Atong ka, kitnafar 1960s ko to, kichay to ko tong kiyar ko to. At ano ko kita, hindi sa kawaway tinray. Ay, medyo yung pinindi, naragabilang health department na niya no man the government may hesitant to adekto ki yang ni rai seri goto kumai pun kalangan o video yang rai wan pasang panin toko mo na kan deda to so ma war kam buyata ne ko chei mai mangi ko open air airport i me ki to so ma becha catch और जैवनाने कपाली के जै जरी एव देलमा ओ भी खाना के लास फोन तो किस लास ना आले फ्लू शॉट दे सेक जाले कोविड शॉट एंड मिला मरारा ताले ओ खाना के ला वो एतलिया सोमा अब भी का बचाया आजा एनसीटी कल लाउट इन में पोंपे te odi nan kam na ko si so ma suke no yo jala cancer inanen tunna na sugar ai pinach me utan kaparanale COVID-19 of two ari imenen nanchiyam ko mga kubchay no da pinindi and pichu ama wasakan na ko no actually kalangan kurang kailangan kahit ang kakip human mau pemasannya tablet kakang mau kamu kecil dia dah kartu Ngayon kaya lang ka, terpeita.
Ada Christmas kapag-kapag, kontak ito. Kaya, anak, tumatawag. Sabon na dahil sa rika, may puti. When ka, tuwil sa sama. 90-some%. May puti na naman muli. O adet, kapag sila sa kayo. Kapag sila sin, may rayman ka ng wantaran na nilaka, jagtag, aray puti. At ang kailan, ilan so kaunti, renta na pera. Ina, talian paprika, kuya gagawin. Tapwa, at kahit sawas, nan kung sanakan na, wait, di gagawin mo, may jaya kata, opsin way up there. Then yes, sir, may puti mo, birth certificate ka, pinatado na, opsin way ka. Wagi na, sa kanila lang, dalaw kapal, pwede na lang katongki. May tinanong ni. Business ang madalalim, nurse, kawas ang madalalim. Dalawa sa po, tamonas, him to him. Di kong bakit, panso ng coffee ko, isang siya ka naman na. Then nurse pa. Sila tuman yung nurse na tuntong ka, pwede naman dagdagan. Ara sa Jonathan. Ako sa Jonathan, dalawang pwede ko sa net enter nice Jonathan. Ay so nga, COVID na ito, talasang COVID, na aska, kunya, so may naska. Aska lang 40, iyan so nanulungan ang Jonathan. Nalaw-law so tato, kumpatan. Ay so mga pagpagdede. Kaya niya report, long-term report, maragana pa rin, samin o tatola. When kakawan yata, at isa-isa na so sumawan din, may hingan kong panod yung mga ko. I remember, kona mo, medal. Ang sunod na na quarantine, ang nurse ka focus on isolation. So siya ang sunod, sabihin mo po, kung na naman, hey, may mo. So that's pinili, not pinili. Iya kay nurse isa-isa. Ayran mo kung mat ka o nalaga mo quiet ka, kasi isang kilo ka ng anak. Katenda ng kwart, yan na siya ng kotso. Eh, utang sa tema na, wala sa isuwag na sa ano. So, ako yung dahil na. Gamit na isawas. Isawasan, so. Pero na isawas mo, isawas ka na.
Kailangan ko yan. Kaya kailangan nakakata. May ocho ko yung sinasin. Pinchinsawsak, may seri. Iwan estimated na yung ilawasan. Itong sinasi. Makarita, umiga sa mga pochki. Huwag sa tala ocho. Arabakang sora kataron to. Nagawan pero ito kikilaman na. Sabi ng refer ni surveillance ni Anaruni. Kasi watching niya. And then, you know, wala man, check of rena. Kasi yung wala, di-right pa nung tapin mo. Nananita, right to. Rio sa'yo, Asta pinchaptaan sa umisalit and then so tate. Iwasan na sa target na so tate and so tate.
Yung tayo na nga nag-ready dito na masay ng asta. Saan yung masay ng wato asta? Group ng wato asta.
Eh, tatatay.
Sa ready mo.
Ang COVID namin, ganyan ka picture ka, danak pero namin ay sabi na wala, dato, so, mostly, they would come today, ayudan, ayudan niya, problem with that, kaya natin isabi,
Kailangan. Okay, kailangan. Pwede COVID-19 nato kung mop, maaramas ng mop, nagkak-extend na takang pagkakakita. Pwede mop. Ang tumawin mga dyan, second check-up provatari CDC o Chok-Chok. CDC check-up WHO, iray mo kin hasta nagkap na COVID-19 pwede sa umawa ka. Chok-Chok na sa wot ka, rapikap ka steady, apos siya nung wewe. Adat toko, yun ang kasangpan. Pwede nga, kuwa sa umawa ka na yan, kapag bronchial infection.
Okay, guys. Ayan po, guys, ito ay namin. Example, ang toko na something listening ka. Ayan po naman ito karami. Kailangan sa amin sa na doon, case oras nila na may ilang COVID. Social case yung recorded nito po ito na edela. Social. Lumayan niya, bukan tinetlo, kami di everyday. Hari niya na muna ito lang edela. Ang record?
Amoy may mariyarin ang diyang kawawiri. Doktor ko rapatin ang record, section may associated with COVID, nalena. Other chronic illnesses, kapiyata.
Nagkakaroon na niya, ibawas sa mga super channel kaya social isologi ay wala siyang COVID. Ina nakang paratasan niya po. Saan kami saan iray ko na suki ang alit ko. Dahil namuha, iray nag-jet niya alit. Ang iray namuha ko po. Immune system, med-based verify ko ang so mga kan, nakuha ka, yan na risk. Takay yun din, aray immune system, takay ka rin, nangyayang natin. So mga kanita lang. Risk po, it's fair. When we work person in air will ban what, they will ban up. Ina to sa neta, kaya lang yung rapot mo lang ikan sa lobby mo, ay sila na neta. Ang panipon, so parang kayo, pero sa lang ang pinang paniayang.
Nai ko yung kabachayang niya ko na pagkaroon Nai at chingag sumao ko yung pangkino suja to ko mastibilis to ko ta amin ko yung na chay te yang uya chay nanchi yang kiyang naman tok na kuburan na binaban ini kanan okay Ayah, question Riau. Dia question kai, pergi aja pindas kina, ini dia question dia sini question, dia sini sakit pergi aja saja bicara ya ke sekolah, dengan perjuangan berjaya korang mana takut COVID-19. Dengan saya Israel jaya berkakau kita takut COVID-19. It's the long word, COVID-19.
Kawatak deh. Ay president na Coronavirus 2019.
Okay. Almost. CEO. Okay. One more.
Coronavirus disease 2019. Coronavirus disease 2019.
Eu gordo bagista. Eu sim gordo.
Corona po.
Okay, she got the answer. CO meaning corona. I infection. T disease. Dash 19 virus. I infection. T disease. Dash 2019 in Wuhan, China. Okay, another one. Yang may sila COVID-19 kan, magkatata may Riau. May tama cebang ya may sila cebang related COVID-19. Saan siya Riau siya?
Moderna or Johnson?
One she says, another one. That's vaccination. Tanong cebang uya po yung kakaliwa coronavirus. Prevention and washing, vaccination. That's good you brought up that. That's the first one we need to do right now because we are free of corona. Vaccination. The rest, if there is flu, then you use mask, then you use I ran watch Murin post-COVID talaga. Tama sa utang isanoki uyang. Ang armasin Pohnpei. Retoker? Raise your hand. Talking silasis. Okay, last one. Even kailapak rechay ya pasampadan auto routine vaccines. Ya pasampadan routine sa MMR, TBT, mejeka. Aya pasampadan muka. Notice sumawakan. Kailangan Uy, isma. Uy, alam merda. Kailangan ng ramay. Roti soma. kit pop di girl misalnya nanti nya irati soma pun masuk sudah seri dengan ada legislasi asal mau bantu mau ni ada kan kapan itu every last one is mesan immunization program. I don't know what. Okay, Julie Gami.
3, 1, 4, 4.
Okay, what's that again? Hey, please have this. School survey.
Anak, yayaran sign up sheet on the about now. What is sign up there? And then we sign up there. Mama, me and the person I got call. We found it. Deadline March 20. 2 weeks. March 20. So now, if I'm going to go be 1,000, we have one cup film, wala the cup film lap. All quarters here, I might get standard the mesa or the around which eu pakaya men kachamen program ni yesin limas wadu bancha club tuwal na North and Spanish War. Wow. Na Nichimin Colonial Town. O bileo pagpag pigment kachamen tent kan kagaya pachota nilaga. Pwede chante kamkamokit tent ni Mesa ni Esido. Irailagan the family of business, the good members in Pohnpei Women Council, may yan, Railan yan. Dia jauh school kay may bagi may yan actually tipso. Praban kawata rin cungan kan warrior. Ang kichay pinandiya kan, kichay kan mawel. First come, first serve. O yarame ten kan kakapang pesa nga when Ray Tina, when Waitel, and when Maya Queen Chorus Channel ka kichay bali mawel. Every image met seven kaki, kichay ka na lukudok. Mesansan, porque speaker kante, lenta mo sa ito. Dahil namin kalat, kaya ragdawin kalat, easy screen kan, mesansan ng program, mediya na lang nagansya. Worthy and matananim, worthy and tulak oman, touch pena uyayo, super strong, diyan nanwad, diyan person mo, diyan kamaray, diyan nene, Pohnpei women with disability, Congress Child Language, Nato Truckers, excuse me, Girl Scout and Pohnpei, diyan Kichi, Rainbow Sumpa, diyan Queen Kayo Matalanim, diyan Alonda, diyan Wayne, Chitpeyan, Pohnpei Ladies Club, diyan Mercedes, diyan Mokillo, diyan Nech, Indigenous Women, diyan Roy, Organization of Women, diyan Talonier, diyan Colonia, Koshai Women in Pohnpei, diyan Kapunga. Kapunga kahit din ko. Diyan Kapunga, Bilpacha Kachay. This one is Sansan Mamia Queen Breeze of Kwadu. Isu juga nanda nama Kwadu siya banyak. Mia cak Queen Mestriang. Dari kapag China line up check itu dami Sansan. Waitang dia nalam kanan siya. Pwede dia kasarawi kanaman siya ki. Maria Queen akan baca. Queen ay